everyone. Welcome to Battle of the Girl Bands evening sprints this Saturday for most of us, maybe Sunday for some of you. Let us know in the comments what you're up to. If you're participating in Battle of the Girl Bands, remind us of what team you're on. What are you reading? What are you going to be doing? I am on Team TLC, and I also, by the way, we have our queen of the readathon, Rainey, the creator, as well as a little bit of additional competition. So we're all having some friendly competition tonight, but I'm on Team TLC and I'm going to be listening to an audiobook as I'm like doing chores around the house. It's called Viviana Valentine and the Ticking Clock. So this is, yes, it's a historical mystery set in the 1950s New York City. So it's called A Girl Friday mystery series, book 3. Yeah, and I'm really loving it. I think it's just a comfort read at this point for me, this series. Like I really like the main character, Viviana, and the audio narrator's been the same for all 3 books. I find that very comforting. So it's been a fun.
All of them Viviana Valentine and the
Yes. So the first one is Viviana Valentine gets her man. And the second book is Viviana Valentine goes upriver because they go upstate for like this wintry thing. And now this is like a New Year's, like a murder happens on New Year's Eve. And now various things are happening in the city. And yeah, I find it very comforting. It's a very fun read. And it also is a backlist NetGalley arc. I've been trying to get a lot better about those. And so as I'm trying to juggle new NetGalley arcs, I'm trying to do the backlist. And yeah, so I don't know why I've waited so long. When you're like, oh, that's going to be so fun, I'll save it. Right. And you just don't. But anyway, so I'm about 40% of the way through that. And yeah, it's a good time. But how are you two doing? Rainey, if you are able to, as you juggle your child, what are you up to?
She's like cranky, and I think she like wants a bottle. So after we chat, I'll probably put her like for a mini nap. I know, you cranky. Mm-hmm. You cranky. Anyway, I finished the Ever King this morning. 5 stars, fabulous, loving my life. The death.
Not surprised.
Oh, it's so good. And so I'm continuing that on with because I'm doing a vlog. And I'm reading now A River Enchanted, my special edition. Anyway, and I'm 40 pages in, and I'm also loving my best life. It's just so good.
Amazing. Well, then, Tennille, you know that Rainey's loving it.
And I'm just living and loving. So,
woohoo! Nice. And Amy, what are you up to?
So I am going to be working on Friends Don't by Leah Dobrinska. I don't know how to say her name. I butchered it in my video that was out today, but so I'm going to be working on that. It's a buddy read, and it's just a really fun romance so far. Like it's just making my heart happy. And I'm listening to Take a Hint, Dani Brown.
I actually want to read that soon. You'll have to tell me if you like.
What do you think of it?
I didn't love Chloe Brown.
Mm-hmm. But everyone said, a lot of people, Dani Brown's their favorite, isn't it? Or am I wrong?
I've heard a lot of people say that Dani Brown is their favorite, and I don't like Dani. Like as a character, I'm not. She doesn't seem very nice, and I like nice characters. And like the hero, and I can't think of his name. Why I can't? I don't know, because it's not in the title. But he is like a breath of fresh air. Like, yeah, like I love him. So, I'm kind of wavering on it, but it's fun. There's banter. It's great. It's it's kind of, I've been meaning to keep going with the series, so thought I would. So we'll see. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. And you know what? It's one of those things where, especially with romance series that follow different couples and main characters, sometimes one couple or one character just isn't your thing. And it's like, you're going to find it in the series at some point. You just have to find the right one if you don't end up liking.
Yeah. So. And I think that I connected more with Chloe than with Dani. Dani's just very terse and snippy and opinionated. And I I don't remember feeling that way about Chloe as in the same way. Like Chloe is
Mhm.
very opinionated in her own way.
I have
Yeah.
a TBR for February because I rolled it in my TBR challenge, and it's just not going to happen because all I want to read is fantasy romance right now. And you know what? I'm going to lit myself.
Yeah.
I think you should. And you know what? This is a good lesson of being like, read what you're interested in. And yeah, like you can try yourself, try different things if you want, but like if you're feeling something different, you might just do what you're interested in. I know that Nikki just mentioned Danny Brown is good, but Eve's book is great. Oh my goodness. And that's the youngest sister, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I haven't liked even either of the books. So
Ooh. So it might change. It might maybe we'll
she's just
see.
very, very stereotypically the youngest child. And that bugs me as the youngest child.
Oh no, so you're like that's not how you're giving us a bad name.
We're not all like that. Even though most of the time I am like that. It's fine. It's
Is
just
Chloe the oldest?
Yeah, Chloe's
Chloe's
the oldest.
the
I think it goes
oldest, and then
oldest,
yeah.
middle.
Stereotypical of oldest, and that's me.
Yeah. No, I didn't think so. It sounds almost like if we're talking about stereotypes as far as like, sibling order, it does sound like Danny has the personality for the oldest. So it's funny that some of them aren't following stereotypes and some of them are.
Right.
Yeah. hmm I'm the youngest, and a lot of people are usually surprised by that as well. I think some people have thought that I'm an only child, which I don't know. So I'll
I
take it.
thought that because I never have heard you talk about your siblings.
Yeah, I have an older brother. I've got one sibling. Yeah. And we also I had a friend in college, and she was a communication major, and her thesis was on sibling order and like what it means in dynamics. And so throughout, like, when she was getting to know people, when she met me, she's like, okay, at the end of our conversation, don't bring up your siblings unless you want to. I'm trying to do an experiment and see like if I can guess. And she said that she was juggling between the youngest and only child. And when I told her I was the youngest, she's like, do you have an age gap between your sibling and yourself, like a relative, like good number of years? And I was like, yeah, pretty much. And she said, that's why it's hard to differentiate, because you kind of, during some of your formative years, you were the only one in the house. So that's why I give off only child vibes sometimes. It's very interesting. Like there's a whole science about it. And I just find
How much older is your brother?
So he is 4 years older than me. So it's not too much, but to the point where throughout my entire high school years, I was like the only person.
That's going to be Eloise. She'll be in 9th grade when Lincoln goes to college.
Yeah. So there's like this. I do have a relative amount of independence, I suppose, that is suggestive. Youngest siblings aren't supposed to, I guess, but also these stereotypes aren't fully, concrete. But anyway,
Also, you're not allowed to go to high school, Eloise, because that means you're going to be old.
Yeah, can you imagine?
I'm already shocked that Lincoln is a kindergartner next year. I just want to cry.
I know. Oh my gosh, it's so crazy.
Yeah. So fast.
I mean, I remember when you were pregnant with Eloise, so it's very. Yeah. Now she's turning on and off lights, messing with your streams and everything, like
living her best life.
Exactly. She knows that chaos is what happens in your household, so this makes sense. She's okay. So let me see here. We have Greta. Hello, Greta. Thanks for hanging out with us. Beatrice is here too. Hello. Beatrice was actually streaming earlier today. I ended up having to pop off to do some laundry and things. Yeah, but Beatrice had like Katie on and Abby, so it was a good time. So everyone should just go subscribe, because Beatrice is also very close to 100 subscribers, which is very big when you're first starting your, channel. And on top of that, we have another milestone that we're very excited to hopefully get to soon, and that involves this lovely woman down below. She's
800.
Woohoo! Only a handful of subscribers away from 800. So, if you aren't already, I'm sure most people watching are already subscribed to Amy, because, we're all friends. We all get around the same corner of the internet. But, if you're new, then maybe subscribe to her. That's the one request I have.
Might be fun. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be a fun time. I don't know. Hello, Paul. How are you?
I posted a video today, right? I need to watch it still.
Ooh.
I did.
Yeah.
I did. I had a slight existential crisis while I was filming, and I couldn't get it out. It's fine.
Love it. That should have everybody intrigued. And then Nikki, you're early. A few people are early. Thanks everyone for like being patient and waiting for us to join you. Hello, Jojo. How are you? You're doing well. That's good. Def not have my best day yesterday. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Laura, I know that you were having a rough time. And I think it was work related. So I'm really sorry about that. I hope that you can kind of recharge over the weekend. But it's not fun for sure.
Yeah.
And then Rally is here. Hello. And then Tanil is here too, which I already had highlighted a comment before. Hello, Jessica. You convinced me to pick up God Killer. That's what I'm doing. Oh my gosh. Okay, Jessica, I'm very nervous
I do
because
want to read that soon. That's on my list.
honestly, I think that you'll appreciate because it is fast paced, obviously, because it's quite short and it's like the action starts from the first chapter. And yeah. So there's a lot of moving parts in a good way. If you are, I know that Megan, who might not be here now, but has kind of will pop in potentially, she started it only on audio and she kind of was struggling because it is a lot happening.
Well,
Like there's
I don't think I could do it without the physical.
yeah, so I immersive read it, and that's what helped. I feel like you either have to physically read it or immersive read, at least for the beginning, right? There were times where once I,
Yeah, I know pretty quick when a book I'm like, yeah, no, I can't do this with just audio. No.
yeah. I was able to move off onto audio sometimes after, but I had to know like all of the players. Like I had to know who was who.
I mean, I DNF'd for now, not forever. Ninth House, but I had tried to do it with just audio, and I was like, no,
Yeah, just
not an audio book. No.
And that's not a criticism of the book, just because it didn't work out with audio. Like it's
Red
just
Rising too.
oh, okay. Red
I
Rising as
could
well.
not understand. I mean, even reading it, I couldn't. Oh, she fell over. I'll be back.
Okay. we'll hang out with your dog.
Oh,
Hi, puppy.
the puppy is just like,
Hello.
something's happening.
Yeah, just like I'm just gonna make my way over here. What are you reading today, doggy? Huh? Oh my goodness. Well, hopefully that works out. TLC, woohoo! Getting dishes done, reading Every Black Girl Dances. I've never heard of this. And resting my feet. That sounds great. Oh, the baby.
Oh, I forgot to say I'm Team Destiny's Child. I'm sorry.
You know what? I realized that when Rainey hadn't said her team for Spice Girls, I don't think you said, but and then I was like, oh well, I'll mention it once Amy mentions hers. So then we just got distracted. Okay, Team Destiny's Child.
Little ma'am took a tumble and hit her head.
Oh, okay. She's okay now. It seems bounce back quick. We love it. I almost passed out when teaching. Oh my gosh. And it was a whole mess. Of course you scared the children because they didn't understand what was going on either. And I know that you were bouncing back after being sick last week. So it just maybe you came back to work too soon, which, depending on how many days off you had left, it's a hard situation. So I'm so sorry.
You're doing better, and this is not the same thing, but that reminded me of something that happened that was like that. There was this one sub at my old school. Well, he wasn't. I hated this man, and there's lots of reasons, but I'm not going to go into that. But anyway, he had to be a sub for me one day because I just was sick, and so like I come back like after. Like the next day, and all of my classes that day are like giving me hugs and saying, "Oh, you're not dead, you're alive, you're fine." And I go, "What the hell happened?" And then I apparently, like this is a normal thing. He would fall asleep wherever he was, like he just didn't care about working. So he turned the lights off in my room, and he fell asleep in the middle of the floor, like on the carpet. And all you saw when you look through my windows is feet, like on the floor. And so all my kids are like banging because it's time for class, and they're like, "Miss Barton," and I'm not answering, and they're like, "We see her," and so they run room, and they're like, "Miss Comerford, Miss Barton is not okay." And they're like, "What do you mean?" And they're like, "I think she's dead." And so they like run in and they turn the light up, and it was just him taking a snooze on the floor. And then the rumor went around the school that Miss Barton was dead in the classroom.
Oh my gosh. Well, at least they proved that they were like, we need to take action. We need to save her. So that's
yeah. They weren't like, she's dead. Let's go.
Yeah, they're like, ooh, free period.
I was so mad. I was like, I hate this man.
Yeah, and he probably was like, oh, well, I feel really refreshed after that nap. And it's like, I traumatized my students. Thank you.
Up and he looks at the teacher, and he looks at her and he goes, "What?" And she's like, "What do you mean, what?" And she
oh my gosh. So much excitement and just a man sleeping on the floor. That's what that comes down to.
I
Oh my
missed
goodness.
school on Wednesday because I had an upper endoscopy to look at my esophagus stuff, and it knocked me out. Like it just not like more than I remember it doing the last time. But on Thursday, by the end of the day, I just wanted to like I'm like, oh my gosh, I was so tired by the end of the day on Thursday. Just like I don't know. And I wasn't like sick, but I was just like all that stuff. So
Yeah.
like
Oh,
I know that how difficult it is to come back kind of feeling. So
mhm.
and then we randomly had off yesterday. So I only had one day that I needed to do it and then it was fine. But
Yeah, but it's just, and then of course, like the students don't fully understand. They're like, I have an appointment. I need to go somewhere. And they're like, oh my gosh, they left us. It's over. And it's like, no, I'll be back. I just need time. Anywho, yeah. So, some not fun things had to be done this afternoon. A few, like, seems like we all need this weekend to be a lot longer than it is because some things have been happening. So I'm sorry to hear that. But hoping to finish A River Enchanted this evening. Only 6% left. That's why you were asking how far Rainey was in and what she was thinking.
Oh, I'm not very far, but I'm absolutely loving it. So
That's amazing. So great.
yeah, I think she was at 82%.
Okay.
Last
Yeah.
night when we
Kept
finished.
going.
She wasn't
Hello,
too
Sarah.
far behind.
Yeah. Oh, we got Jade City. She was ready. I love it. Like I have the book right here. Earlier.
my
And
favorite book
4.5.
right there.
Well, Sarah loved it too. 4.5 stars. And then started A River Enchanted. Sarah, you're following. Yeah. You're following Rainey's footsteps. Going to be listening to Real by Kennedy Ryan. Awesome. Oh my gosh, what is happening?
Right here. Plus, I thought I wanted to stop the special edition. That's so pretty.
Ooh,
Oh,
it's so pretty.
that is really pretty.
I just haven't read it yet, but it came in a box with like 4 other books that I had been wanting, and I was like, oh, well, I would like a special edition of this book, so I do want to read it at some point.
Yeah. Oh my, it looks
Nice.
fun. Nikki, hope you're enjoying it. And always TLC, reading A Tempest of Tea for a TLC. I want to read that. I'm pretty sure it came out this month, I think. I'm booking it.
It's the Fairy Loot book for March. So it's like a month behind.
Okay, I'm pretty sure. Unless Laura, do you have an arc? Maybe that's what's going on. Hello, Patricia. Don't know what I'll be reading. Finished Hooked earlier and DNF to keep. I know. Yeah, Rainy. You're representing everyone today, and we really appreciate it.
You happen to be right here.
I know. It's like you're just like, I'm ready. I'm ready to go. It's good. DNF Keeper of Lost Things at 10%. So feel I'm a bit of a slum.
Though, because I really like this. I think I gave it a 4.
Yeah, I think you, Patricia, I'm pretty sure I saw you in Beatrice's sprints earlier and you had liked Hooked. So maybe you could continue the series. I know it's not super same vibe because book 2 is a bit different, but I don't know, follow the series.
I loved Keeper of Lost Things, but I could see why people wouldn't like it because it was kind of quirky.
Okay, quirky. And it sounds, to be honest, from what I understand of it, like the very little I know about that book, it sounds very different from Hooked. So going from that to next.
Oh yeah, yeah.
What is it?
Yeah. Hello, cool gamer.
Look it up.
Good
So
evening
Tempest
again.
of Tea is coming out on February 20th, according to
Jackie.
An arc.
Yeah, it's an arc, Laura said.
Okay. Oh, okay. Cool,
Later.
Laura. That's awesome. Yeah. I know. Later, right in the comments.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for dinner to be finished, but I'll be reading Tress of the Emerald Sea after that.
Wait.
I saw you reaching. I was like, I will not go to the next comment.
It was right there.
Oh, and that is such a pretty book too. That's really pretty.
I know. I didn't get rid of it, even though I gave it a 3-star because I was like, I really like the cover. Honestly, it's pretty.
Yeah. That's understandable, especially when it's that pretty. The theater was also really hot, a bad combo, but I have off this upcoming week. Oh, good. Yes, need to force yourself to rest. I know, especially if that's not the type of personality you usually are, it can be very hard to make yourself rest. So I feel like, Laura, I understand that might be difficult for you. We'll be finishing the Twyford Code, only have 15 pages left, then reading Hurricane Gold by Charlie Higson. Awesome, Sophie. Thanks for joining me.
I don't have these mystery books.
Come on. Well, Rainey, now you have a precedence. We're expecting you to have every single book.
No, that won't happen.
That's okay. Hello, Anne. Hope you're doing well. Reading Phantom Evil by Heather Graham. Ooh, this sounds spooky, a bit dark. Hello, Bethany. Done tons of reading already today. Reading Dark Water Daughter now. You've been juggling that, but you also have been doing a lot of like buddy reads and read along, so it makes sense that you're returning to it. Starting 20 Years Later by Charlie Donlian. Interesting, Amber. Very cool. 20 years later, that could be numerous genres. Yes, I like the refreshingness of Eve. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and you know what? You're not alone. I know that Margaret, the word nerd, I think out of the three, her favorite was Eve. So I think there's a brown sister for all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. I hope I can rest my feet enough from my hike because my sis wants us to go watch penguins march tomorrow. Oh, that sounds fun.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, rest so you can be pumped for that. Hello, Chris. I don't have time to read these days. I'll just study and try to do some translations. It'll be fun though. Yes, very cool. Awesome. And once we get to the end of the comments, we'll speed through them. You can get to those translations because that sounds very cool. At least I got to listen to Heather's a bunch. Yeah, awesome. I know it's hard. We got to like schedule in our reading.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Hello, Jasper. My wisdom teeth and several others out yesterday. Oh my gosh, so many like procedures in through. So I'm about to have some ice cream and either read Golden Sun or start Restaurant at the End of the Universe. Ooh, the latter one. That sounds very fun. But also up to you. You choose. I'm sorry that you had to like go through that. It's not fun. I know it's like important depending on how our teeth are moving, but it's not a fun procedure. So yeah, you enjoy the ice cream. My oldest starts high school in the fall. Oh, that's like a big transition.
Yeah.
Lucky,
My nephew's a freshman this year, and I did not handle that well.
Yeah, it's so different.
He's my nephew, but like
yeah, it marks something different, and like they're likely going to a different school, like an entire different building, and there's just different expectations.
Yeah, and it's a full different building where he is. When I was in school there, the whole building was pre-K 12. But
oh yeah, that's how. So my father went to a very small school district when he was growing up, and yeah, it was one building K through 12 for him, which is interesting. Meanwhile, I remember my mom, her school district, they ended up having to rebuild an entire new building because of how big it is, and they have one building just for the freshmen, which is very weird. Yeah, so you go to one building when you're a freshman, and then you move again 10 through 12, just because like they have like 600 to 800 people, so like per grade. So that was a very big spectrum for the two. And I went to a school district that was nice and in the middle of that, and I liked it. But anywho, I get it, Rainy. I'm getting ready to send my baby to middle school. Yeah, everyone's like, oh yeah, all these different milestones. Yeah, Danny from Danny Dabbles hit 500. So exciting. In her video, she was like, we're getting close to 500. And then when I was watching, I'm like, you've hit it. Like, you're there. I love when it happens. So yeah, congratulations, Amy. Loved the video today too. Awesome. Hello, Rainy, Amy, and Leandra. My phone finally remembered Leandra's name. I'm either going to start Stud in the Stacks for this one or River Enchanted for the all group read. Ended up watching 5 dates instead of reading last night. That's okay. You know what?
That sounds like a fun time.
I think Eloise is going to be a singer based on her lungs.
I love that for her. Be a singer.
Yeah, exactly. Hello, Beatrice. Yeah, of course. Yeah, no worries for the support. Like, honestly, this is amazing. Actually, maybe trying to get to 100 before my birthday. This would be a great birthday gift, everyone. Beatrice is honestly so amazing and lovely and supportive. She's always in the comments. So if you could go support her, that'd be great. Which is the beginning of March. Yeah, so we've got time. Let's get her to 100.
She only needs 9. She's 9 away right now.
Only needs 9.
You only need 5.
I only need
9, 5. Come on, people. Come on.
But it's not my birthday. My birthday's not till September.
Oh,
well. That's okay. Early birthday. What's the mid? Is it? We've got to be coming to our half birthdays soon. September. What's 7 to 9? What is this?
Well,
996.
it's March.
So
March
here we go. I don't know.
Because February is August. Half birthdays. Because we do have birthdays at my school. We celebrate half birthdays.
I know you do. Exactly. We were with you in your
lay out
classroom when
everybody's
you were.
birthdays and I do the birthday board. Yeah. So
Yeah, I love it.
we're doing August half birthdays this month. So
I love it. That's awesome. Hello, more. We've been sick all week here. Seriously. Oh my gosh. It's just, this is the time apparently. This is the first day any of us feel like reading. I'm currently reading All In, The Naturals #3 by Jennifer Lynn Barnes and Quiet by Susan Cain. I'm glad you're feeling a little bit better, but yeah, not fun. Hello.
1 and 2, so I couldn't pull it off.
Yeah. Makes sense. So Bree is sprint hopping from her own sprints, by the way. So if people need to spread the love, if they want to be jumping between sprints, go check out Four Paws in a Book because they're doing it for a book club, but all are welcome and it's non-spoiler. So yeah, go hang out.
Butcher and Blackbird they're reading, right? Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. Butcher and Blackbird.
That was a good book.
Apparently Eloise did not like that book, apparently. That's what I'm hearing.
Not a fan.
He has thought.
Oh no. Hello, Jen. I probably should pick up Don't Forget to Write by Sarah Goodman Confino. My book club is going to discuss it next Friday. Oh my gosh, yeah. Perfect. You'll have a week to read it then. I just bought God Killer because I heard about it during one of these live streams. Currently reading Legendborn, though. Totally fine. Also, welcome. That's so exciting. I hope you like God Killer. It was such a fun read. And if you can grab a friend to read it with you, that honestly added so much when I read it with Brittany. So yeah, it's a really good time. It's got a little bit of romance as well for those who want that. There's also a child protagonist. There's a god that is up to mischief. And my favorite character actually is the god Sketty. So yeah, great times. Oh, I hope you enjoy it.
I absolutely love ridiculous reads like that. That's just I love that, Delightfully Penny.
Yeah, it is a really good name. Ridiculous Reads. I love that. That's so good.
That's
whose name? You said Eloise already. Do you mean Lincoln or do you mean someone else? I don't know whose name you want.
Maybe Eloise or Lincoln. Maybe one of those.
Earlier with the singing thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I was gonna say because that might have been. We also had the dog on screen for a while.
Yeah. I mean that's Zelda.
Zelda.
The puppy. Yep.
And also no worries, Jen.
She is not a puppy. She's 7.
Oh, but she was so cute. I now remembered I did send you a message. Yes, you did, Beatrice, and I need to respond to you. And I know that you made a couple requests, and so that sounds good to me. But I'll get back to you. So yes, hello, hooray! I made it to the beginning of sprints, and not the end this time. Yes, woohoo! That is amazing. I know, and I feel like 5 p.m. is kind of a decent time if we're gonna have evening sprints. So I'm glad a lot of people have been able to show up. Big block sing song.
The first person that I've ever known that knows what that is. That was on my TV. I didn't know anybody else knew about that. It's legit.
I didn't know what this was. I thought I knew it was in relation to children, but
if you ever have kids, you need to know what Big Block Sing Song is. It's fantastic. It's literally big blocks that sing weird songs about feeling, friendship, food, sleeping. Anything, but they're so catchy. They're 2-minute songs and they're so catchy. And Eloise and Lincoln, as babies, will both just sit there and go.
Just glazed over, obsessed.
Lincoln sings along to them now because he's old enough. So now when they're on, he's like, same food. And we're just
yes, and Eloise is like, that'll be me one day. Hello, Cherie. Hi, all on vacation in Mexico, but still racking up points for Team TLC. Woohoo! Yes, also enjoy your vacation. That sounds lovely. It's probably so much warmer than wherever we are. My daughter starts kindergarten next fall too, and I'm not prepared, Rainy, and also very excited.
Not even a little prepared. Is Lincoln going to be a troublemaker? I don't know. It might be so.
I once had a really bad fever the last year, almost 40 degrees Celsius, and I was home in a really bad shape, and my teacher almost failed me on the presentation because I had oh my gosh, no, that's a really high temperature. That is not, oh my goodness.
My teacher tried to fail me because they didn't think that I was actually sick when I had what is it? Mono. And I was extremely sick. Like, I lost so much weight. I wasn't in school for like a month. And I came in like on a day where I was kind of feeling better and I wasn't contagious to like take an exam. And she wouldn't let me make it up and was really rude to me. And then my mom had to come in and yell at her and be like, what the heck is your problem? Like, she's clearly
seriously, like
the whole thing. And teachers,
Oh my gosh.
Still reading Writing Retreat. I'm on chapter 31. You're making progress.
For that,
I
hated that book.
Yeah, I didn't love
it's polarized. It's a polarized book. People hate it or they love it, which is very fascinating.
It kept me entertained the whole time. Like, I read it in like a day. It was very readable, but it was just so outlandish. I was not here for the outlandishness.
Yeah, it was crazy.
That makes sense.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Beatrice is waiting for her copy of Tempest of Tea. So probably very jealous of Laura. I was getting ready, but now my Kindle's battery is dead. No. Oh my gosh. That's the worst. Okay. Well, hopefully have it charged. Pick up another book while you're waiting. But that's not fun when you were like, I'm going to read this book. Have you watched Has Been Hotel? I haven't. No, I've actually never even heard of it. Might have to look into it. I went to Comic-Con in October. It was one of the books they dropped. Oh, cool.
Nice.
I actually got a Tempest of Tea at Barnes & Noble last weekend. Okay. Thanks, Jessica. That is important information. A musical animated cartoon. Oh, that's what Has Been Hotel is. Okay. I like the name. The spelling's interesting. Almost 50% through One Dark Window. Hoping to finish today or tomorrow. Awesome. Nice guess.
Earlier when I was in line to get food because it was taking forever. And I was like, okay, well, I'm reading like these books for this vlog. Which one can I read? And then that one's not on KU. So that answer was no.
So it's like, nope, never mind.
That is for this vlog. I didn't start it as my next book.
So just soon, but not now. The books I ordered for my birthday just got delivered.
Yay!
And one of the covers is so no yays.
No.
One of the covers is so messed up. It's torn in two places, long scratches from top to bottom, and looks like some water damage on some.
From Amazon, you have to send it back and get a new copy. But Amazon is so crappy with books. I feel like I have to send back half the books I get now because they're in terrible shape.
Yeah, I will say
That's
I personally don't buy books from Amazon. But that really sucks, and especially when you're so excited for it and it's for your birthday.
I only buy it from Amazon if it's like an indie book that I know I can't get anywhere else. Like, for example, I want a physical copy and nobody is selling it on Pango. You can't get it on like the bookstores in my town. So like I'm gonna have to buy that off Amazon. But
yeah.
Happy birthday, Sarah.
Yeah, happy birthday. So sorry, but yeah, happy birthday. Hello, Jess. Almost 50% through One Dark Window. Hoping. Did I go through that twice? Oh, it came in twice. So weird. Sorry, Jess. I promise. I was like, I feel like we've already said hello to you. I'm reading 3 books right now. Dark Water Daughter is a physical book, and I usually end up focusing on those on the weekends. Okay, that makes sense. Kindle reading works better during the week. Paul has 78 pages to go. My toxic trait is choosing to translate a musical out of the blue and blame everyone. Oh, out of the blue and blame everyone about it when I don't have the energy. Oh my gosh. But you know what? You love the pain. That's what it sounds like. Hello, Steph. I got my buddy read and read along pages read today. Tonight, I am actually going to a college basketball game to get out of the house after. Yes, definitely do it. It might be helpful to just get new surroundings, have fun. Kind of an aimless fun, like you're just sitting there watching a game. Like that sounds great. I'm also sorry you've had a rough week. A lot of us have apparently. Hello everybody. Hello Gabby. Reading Left in Darkness today, and that's a reread for you, isn't it, Gabby? And maybe some God killer if I hit my goal for the book club I'm leading. Yes. Oh my gosh, this is very nerve-wracking. I know that this is arguably Julie's co-host favorite, but because I just had a video on it, I'm like I feel Julie's nerves. I'm carrying it with her. Good evening, Taylor. I am 81 pages into The Swallow's Nest. And let me see. I don't see another comment from you, Taylor. But okay. I think you're really enjoying it. The R, I'm guessing the R is leading into really enjoying it. I hope. At least bad. And the doc was awesome. Okay, that's good, Jennifer. It's only been a day, no food for 4 days. And I was dreaming about a cheeseburger last night. Oh,
So
God.
true.
Yeah, but at least I get a week off work. Yeah, no, that's good. I remember I did that between I got my SMT and my I remember it was a college break between, and I was like, I'm not moving for a week because I was so nervous about like dry sock and I didn't know how it worked, and I just
got dry socket and it sucked. It was
no,
awful.
Yeah, I was so scared I was gonna get dry socket. Ugh.
yeah, just
It
not.
was awful. Would not recommend.
No, I'm sure. Like, would not recommend this experience. My middle school had 300 kids, and my high school had 1,000. Yeah, that's a much bigger
difference.
school than I
My
went to.
high school had like 100 kids in my class.
Yeah, I had about 200 in my grade. I remember.
Like I
And we,
knew everyone in my grade.
What?
yeah.
Oh,
What did you say?
Grade. I knew everyone in my grade.
Yeah, you knew everyone. Yeah, that's what I thought.
had
Yeah,
72 I graduated with.
Eloise is distracting.
Oh, Eloise, she just has so much to say. Hello, Laura. Just here showing support as I'm up late. I was going to say, oh my goodness, this is late for you. Thanks for supporting us. But good luck with filming. I hope it goes by quickly so you can go to bed. I was not a fan of that book either. I'm thinking it was Writer's Retreat we're talking about. Hello, Emily. Reading a bunch of Battle of the Girl Band books. Trying to get those steals. Awesome. Mary Hope is here too. Hello. I'll be reading A Witch's Guide to Fake Dating a Demon. Oh, and you're going to be doing some coursework. So juggling some business with some pleasure. That I want to read that book. I don't want to do your coursework though, but I do want to do the former. For a moment, I thought I had a file corrupted from my Portuguese vlog, but I was able to go around it. So happy. I know it's so scary when you're like, is this just gone? Because it was my first update of the book. Okay. I'm glad that
That
it
would
worked.
be nerve-wracking.
Oh, the puppy, Zelda. That's what Jean was asking. We got there. I will be reading God Killer this year. Yes, Beatrice, for sure. And book 2 is coming out, which can be exciting for people so that they don't have to wait very long. I've narrowed it down to Daisy Hates, Magnolia Parks 2, which I was going to say, I was like, I know Rainey's reading that too.
I finished Daisy Hates. I'm on Magnolia Parks 3. Well,
technically, you're on the third one.
2, but like in the universe, it's number this is Daisy Hates is number 2.
Okay.
Magnolia Daisy. Also, I absolutely love this book, obviously, because of all the
Okay, well, Patricia, you can get excited for that one, and then also
Okay.
Happy Place.
So it's like Daisy Hates is a different series.
No,
there's like Magnolia.
Another character, isn't it?
Like the universe is Magnolia Hates, but the whole or not Magnolia Hates Magnolia. I just combined the two, but she does like Magnolia and then Daisy, Magnolia and then Daisy, which they're all in the same universe and they all even interact like within each book. There's like, but Daisy is hardly in the Magnolia Parks books and Magnolia is hardly in the Daisy Hates ones. Like it's like they're two different parts. She did say that Magnolia Parks is done after the newest book just released, which is book 3, but she has 2 more books planned for Daisy. And so people are like, wait, you're going to have 4 Daisy Hates books and only 3 Magnolia Parks? And she's like, well, yeah, their story's over. Like, I can't just like write more, but Daisy's is not. And I went, ooh, interesting.
That is interesting. Huh. Well, Rally has voted for Daisy Hates. And also, I personally didn't like Happy Place, so I can't vote for that one.
So I wouldn't vote for it either.
Yeah. So, Hello, Alicia. Just joining. We'll be reading Rise of the Witch, currently 25 pages in out of 213, trying to finish this and 2 other books by end of weekend. Okay, you can do it. We believe in you. I'm enjoying it so far. Guess you have to be a writer to enjoy it. Potentially. I know that some people haven't been as big of fans who, I think it just depends because there are some meta writing experiences that I actually don't like either. And I have a degree in creative writing. So I also haven't read Writer's Retreat though. So that might be something for me to experiment with. Hello, Mona.
I'm reading. Interesting to know what you think of it, actually.
Okay.
But I don't want to say you should read it because I didn't like it. So, but I would find it interesting to know what you think. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like you're kind of like, I want you to read it so that we can talk about it. Because it sounds like because it's so polarized, it does feel like a book that it gets people talking, right? Which can make it really interesting.
Because if you watch the videos that people are doing of booktubers worst and booktubers favorites, like both of these videos are reading are reading Writer's Retreat, and it's like, oh,
You're
I
like,
know, right? It's
wait
in
a
best
second.
interest.
yeah.
Yeah. You rarely see someone being like, it was a 3 or it was fine. They're like, no, loved it or hated it. I do want to try it at some point. So I'll let you know, Amy, if I ever get to it, as well as Paul and others who've read it.
I don't think you're gonna like it.
Ooh,
I mean,
okay.
I don't know.
I don't see that
Yeah.
being tea.
Okay, that's good to
Yeah.
know. Maybe I could even just try it as like an audiobook, like just throw it on so I'm not feeling as dedicated to like physically reading it. But yeah, good to know. If I ever want to, potentially torture myself or have a surprise fun read, I'll keep Writer's Retreat in mind. I'm reading The Lost Bookshop by Evie Woods. Oh, that sounds, I don't know. It sounds very sweet, Mona. Maybe it's not. Maybe
I
it's
mean, it
dark.
has the word bookshop in it, so I'm
I
gonna
know.
have
I
to
think
check
that's
that
why
out.
I'm like, ooh, cozy. Evening, Nicole, listening to Black Hawk Down and then switching to Armadale. Awesome. Thanks for joining us. Former K-12 English teacher here. My largest roster of kids, kid you not, 525 this year. Jenna, oh my goodness. All this talk about teachers, you're like, I need to weigh in. I need to let you all know.
Through 12 for English. I thought that was crazy with through 6 for music, but
Yeah.
That's wow.
Yeah, and what is like obviously different material and so many, oh my goodness. Like you're doing it all, aren't you? Well, end of last school year, I should say. Okay, but
I
still
mean,
that's
it's not very surprising that there was the word former in front of that.
oh that's
I
yeah, I didn't think about that. It's oh my goodness. I mean, thank you for everything that you were able to do. It probably was a lot though, for understandable reasons. Oh my gosh.
Yikes.
So Moore says my graduating class was 154 people. The whole high school was about 500 people. Yeah, that's about like approximately probably a little bit less than what my high school was. Just found out Fairy Loot is doing a special edition of Raiders of the Lost Ark. Moore, you loved this book. 100% need to get it. And it's on Rally's TBR this or next month. The Daisy. Mm-hmm. Also, another vote for Daisy, even though I haven't read any of the series because I didn't like Happy Place so much. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of us who weren't.
Are you gonna read her next book then, or no?
Are you asking me? I don't think I can try another Emily Henry right now. I know I said that I like one day I'll try another one, but I realized that after reading The Happy Place, I hadn't really like I don't know actively picked up a romance since Better Like Chloe Brown in January, and I was like, I haven't read a contemporary romance in a while. Why? And I'm like, it was because of Happy Place. It literally turned me off for so long. And so I think that I know that a lot of people have said like this book is different from others or her, have different preferences. Her books can be hit or miss. So maybe I do want to try her book one day, but I don't know if I should try another new release because when I did that with Happy Place, it wasn't it. So I might want to go to one of her much loved backlist books.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. Also, sorry, Carissa. Hello. Just got home from work. Amazing. Thanks for being here. Hope work went all right. I probably won't be here by the end of the first sprint, as it's 10:40 p.m. currently. I'm about to go to bed. It was nice seeing everyone, though. I know. Thanks for being here, Greta. I'm sorry you were here only while we were chatting, but thanks for being here. I hope you enjoyed the chat, genuinely. Thank you for your guys. Yeah, no, honestly, being a teacher, we respect it. I mean, we've got 2 teachers here on screen with us. And so we just, like I hope that you all know that I'm one of the first people to say that you as teachers, you do so much. You deserve all the supports and you don't get enough of it, to be honest. So yes. I will be reading Cell by Stephen King. Awesome, Carissa. And there's only 2 more comments left, and then we're going to go into a sprint. I moved to the city as an adult, so people are so amazed when I say I graduated with 48 others. Oh, yeah, for sure. 5 to 12th grade in the same building, covering, I think, 5 separate towns in the area. Yeah. Those rural communities, I'm telling you, Jasper. And yeah, people in the city are probably so surprised. They're like, what? That's a thing? It's like, yep. I'll go for Daisy Hates then. Works for the book beginning with D prompt, steal for Team Spice Girls. Nice. Ha ha ha. And then finally, Beatrice says this week I had the best talk with my 1st to 4th grade teacher, and it was amazing. Oh my gosh, we love that. Okay, I'm going to star that comment, make sure that we know where we left off. And we're going to switch to, I think, to make up for for this. You know what we'll do? We'll do 60 minutes this time because that's what I've had it done. But after this one, we might do a longer sprint to make up, depending on how long the next chatty bit is. If people sound good, I'll do a poll when we come back for the next chat to see if people want a longer one just to make up the time. But I know that for those of you who might be like maybe in Europe or the UK, you're only going to be here for one sprint. So I'll do 60 minutes, ensure that you get that 60 minutes, and then we might do a longer sprint after. Does that sound good? Me rambling on and yeah, okay, perfect.
Sounds good to me. Whatever you want to do, I'm just here for fun.
Yay. All right. Okay. And Carissa just said, love long sprints. Okay, great. So we'll do 60 minutes and then we might do a 90 after that just to feel like we've been productive this Saturday evening. Or we could do 75, something like that. But okay. Sounds good. See everybody in 60 minutes.
I wonder what Rainey did during the break.
I have no idea. Let us know in the comments. Any guesses?
Waters my plants. The
Oh
plants
my
being my hair.
Yeah. Well, you're just wearing that for fun.
The guitar. The husband is playing guitar.
Ooh, that's kind of fun. We have a little bit of a background music for those who might want it. Nice. Well, welcome back, everyone. As we do this, I'm going to start a poll. And so that's being done.
I'll be here for the chatty bit, and then I'm probably going to have to dip because my friends are coming over to watch Love is Blind.
Yay! Oh, it's going to be so fun. Oh, I'm so excited for you guys.
It'll be good. I'm very excited for this season. So.
Sounds good. Yeah, no worries about that. We appreciate you being here for however long. Let me actually, is the long? Yeah, okay. I'm going to just set a timer, 30 minutes max. Hopefully we go shorter.
I do need to actually finish filming and updating your video before they come. I was like, I filmed the end in this, honestly. So the end is in my hair attire.
You know what? I think that tracks for the vibe of the entire vlog. Everyone stay tuned until tomorrow.
It does. And Lincoln Thomas, why do you have a whole baguette in your hand?
Oh. Well, it's like a
Are
yummy
you going to eat that entire thing?
Like, okay.
I'll find it back on the floor in a minute.
Oh my gosh. Well, how did everyone else do? I ended up, I think, probably, maybe 15%, potentially up to 20% additional, because I'm at 55% now, over halfway through Viviana Valentine and The Ticking Clock. And yeah, I'm just having a good time. I think it's a fun, chill, historical mystery set in like a wild kind of 1950s New York. So all the references, and she's got like the classic New York from like Brooklyn accent, and I just loved it. So that's good. And now I'm also like organizing, trying to set up like future videos. I'm trying to get ahead. That's what's happening. All of February, like it's been like the 48 hours before the video it has to be published. I like have certain things I want to be done that aren't. So,
well, I'm actually glad that we moved it to 2 because I'm actually going to need to edit this tomorrow. It's just
good. Okay, perfect. So 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, everyone. You're going to have the BookTuber Taste Test Episode 2, hosted by Rainey. So it's going to be fun. Yeah.
So did you finish that Spells for Forgetting yesterday?
You're going to have to see how things go.
Oh, okay.
Keep everybody wondering.
I should have realized that I wasn't going to get an answer to the question.
Well, I did move on to another book. So the question is now, everyone, was I able to finish it all day today? And then now I have an audiobook, or just so everyone knows, I still have to like record certain things for this vlog also. Like it hasn't even edited yet. So like, you know what? We're going to keep it a mystery. And, but for Amy, when this is done, I can just let you know secretly because you have the wink, whereas everyone else has to wait. But yeah. So anywho, we know that Rainey took a shower during that, I assume.
Yeah, I did. I watched Jan Agaton's newest vlog, which took a while because it's like over an hour long. But I do watch it 2 times speed. I watch everyone at 2 times speed. So when I accidentally forget and then I click on a video of a person and they're talking so slow, I'm like, what's going on?
What's going on?
Oh no, Rainey, that's like normal speed. You're just crazy and listen at 2. It's very funny, but it's funny to hear. The funniest thing is the music. Because I'm used to the music at 2 times speed. And if their music, if it starts out with music, I'm like, this is what the song sounds like.
Like, oh, this is what the words are if it has words.
But anyway, I didn't read, but it's fine because I finished my book earlier today, so I feel fine with today.
Very nice. Amy, how did you do?
I got a little distracted, but I did read 2 chapters.
That's good.
And the main character moved to Wisconsin from not Wisconsin. So she's at a family event and she's like talking about the food she got. She got like 2 different kinds of pasta salad, and I'm like,
you're like, yeah,
you're-
yeah. You're like, yeah, this is at least you're like, this is accurate. Like this is I love that.
I mean, the author lives in Wisconsin, so I mean,
so the author knows what kind of Wisconsin.
like it's definitely accurate to her Wisconsin. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Nice. So you're still enjoying the romance and the
well, there's not a whole lot of romance yet because the main character is the main girl character moves because she wants to get away from where she was. So she just happens to move to the town where her new boyfriend lives. And he is like kind of famous as like an up and coming golfer. And he's going off on tour, but he like helps arrange like housing for her with his brother, like his duplex that he owns. He lives on the other side, you know? And so he asked his brother to show her around Cashmere Cove, and also while he's gone, and also to answer all of the emails that she's going to send him, because he doesn't have time for that, and he doesn't want her to know that he doesn't care enough to answer her emails. So So it's very while you were sleeping, like she thinks she's in love with one brother, and really it's gonna be the other brother.
Which is also what a classic movie.
They've been dating for like a month, so she doesn't think she's in love with him or anything like that. But,
but still. Okay, this got very interesting. Okay, you'll have to keep us updated because that is quite the mess that they're gonna have to get through.
It's fun so far.
Yeah. Sounds good. So Carissa had also, we had already said this before we went into a sprint, but saying, yeah, long sprints sound good. And that's what the poll's up for. I'll make sure that in like a couple minutes to take the poll off for people who might, it might be obstructing your view of the chat. And so I'll vote while you can, basically. And if you can't, don't worry, I'll take the poll off ASAP. That was me, poll to come. I was like, who's this? Like, Leandra. I was like, oh my gosh, another Leandra in the chat. Like, what? It's like, no.
How does that happen?
Yeah. Hello, Sophie. I know you've been here, but I love how you said this is lit. It's like, there's a pun in that too, which we love.
Delightfully punished.
Yeah. And also Chris came up with some amazing news. Honestly, well, the beginning isn't great, but honestly had a pretty bad week, but gay marriage got legalized here, which is a bright spot for sure, which is amazing. Yeah. Like, I'm sorry that you individually had a bad week, but it's really nice that has happened. Yeah, that's great. And it's sad that it's not, universal yet. So
also, I just realized with still having to make dinner and all things, if I don't pop off now, I will not get everything done.
You go, please. Take care. Do everything so you can have a nice, fun night with your friends. Yeah, get everything done.
All right. Well, I love you both. And I will see you at 2 p.m. Eastern time.
Woohoo! Even Eloise is excited. Woohoo! Okay. Bye.
Bye.
I was gonna say, I was like, she's juggling a million things, and I was like,
that's a lot.
Somehow. I was like, I'm
like looking out my window, going, "It's dark out." I'm pretty sure she's an hour ahead of me. So.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, so it's 8 p.m. and I'm like, I don't plan on doing anything beyond hanging out on sprints tonight. So, and she's doing a million things, but
yeah,
that's why she, creates a million different readathons, and they're amazing. And it's just like somehow she can juggle everything. So we're happy to be basking in her glow, basically. Yeah. But now there are 2 of us, and so we'll be good. Mm-hmm.
Your poll says, how long should sprint number 2 be? And the first option is yes.
Yeah. I'm like, if people want to be a little bit cheeky, they can just say yes. Because if you ever do a poll, the automatic answers are yes or no, and it just reminds me of when they're like, "Oh, how long have you rewatched this?" Yes, rather than that just means a very long time. So no one has to say yes, but I found that very funny if people wanted to comment. Yeah. Thanks for noticing that, Amy. You're probably like, "What is going on?" And I'm like, "It's all part of the joke that only we think is funny." So yeah, if people want to vote for it, they can. It will mean that we don't know what you mean, but it'd still be fun. Your vote counts, even if you just say yes.
Mhm.
Hello, Alicia. I know that you joined,
Just
which
means
is
yes, I
lovely.
want to sprint. That's it.
Yeah, yes, just sprint. I'm here for a good time. I'm here for good vibes. Sprinting sounds good. You're right. Yeah, that's what that can mean. It's like, it doesn't really matter to me, but I wanted to be able to vote. Jamie says, hello, I'm lurking since my sister called and can talk for quite a while. I'm reading Everyone on This Train is a Suspect. Ooh, that's book 2 in
Yeah,
that
isn't that
series.
I wanna read the first one.
Me too. Is it like everyone in my family has killed someone? Is that the
Yeah, I
first one?
think so.
What a
Mhm.
title, but very
I
intriguing.
know.
Hello,
I'm digging it.
Flamingo. This is the first day I felt like reading in a week. I'm caught up on NCIS Hawaii and The Bachelor too. Oh my gosh, well, that's amazing. Yeah, that's fun. I didn't realize that there was an NCIS Hawaii. I guess I'm behind on the times. Also,
I think I knew
just
that.
yeah, I didn't. I know that I knew like there was like Hawaii Five-0, the remake, but then I
Mhm.
didn't realize that there were any other kind of like cop shows, police kind of. Anyway,
But it would make sense for NCIS, like the naval, like, to be in Hawaii, like a naval, you
100%.
know?
Yeah, and they kind of already got all of our various coasts. Like, they're like, "Okay, we got one in the Northeast, we got one in the West Coast, we got one in, like, Louisiana and
Y
Miami," right? Or no, not Miami, just Louisiana, New Orleans.
New Orleans.
So they're like, "We need another, another water location." So that makes
Mhm.
sense.
Yeah.
So this was for me, just so that those who might have been able to comment before, I realized that I hadn't had it as subscribers only, and I promise that's not to alienate you, and it's promise it's not to make you like feel forced to subscribe to me. It's just that to prevent potential like trolls and other people who want to like harm our good time, which has happened in the past. I have been trying to more and more remind myself to do this, just to kind of protect us in our community. So please don't feel obligated to subscribe to me. You can still hang out, and watch and enjoy, but if you want to comment, you're gonna have to subscribe. So I just want to make sure everyone knows that. It's just for our protection. But anywho, hello, JL. I started reading Murder is a Serious Business. Ooh, Rue Morgue reprint of a book by Elizabeth Dean today, but also need to go outside. Yeah, nice. Also, I hope that your book is going well, the one that you're writing, because yeah, I find it sounds amazing. It sounds super cool.
Mhm.
Just finished doing a bunch of little household tasks and now sitting down to read Crime in Cornwall by Emma Dakin, a random mystery book I got at a library sale. We love that. We don't peruse enough. I feel like we don't just pick up books that we've never heard of before because we're just,
Yeah,
yeah, I can't remember the last time I did that. So,
yeah. 'Cause I have so many books that I, like, wanna get to, that I know I wanna get to, but some of the
yeah.
best books have just been books that I've just picked up and, like, "Well, this looks interesting," and then I've just read it, and
Yeah, it's the
or
surprise
usually it's
5
when I'm
stars.
scrolling through Everend or I'm scrolling through Hoopla because I just need a book and I just don't know what to read.
Yeah. Going in with no expectations, and then those are the most satisfying 5 stars, I think, for me
Yeah.
personally. So yeah, hope you enjoy it. I have to go, starting to feel a bit uncomfortable at my desk. Yeah, I bet. And also, Beatrice, it is so late for you. Please, please go to bed. That's totally fine. And you were sprinting earlier today, so yeah, you're probably exhausted. See you next time. Have a good sleep. Don't forget to hit gently the like button. Yes, if you want, pet it like your favorite cat or dog. How about that? Sophie finished Twyford Code, gave it 4 stars, which is
Nice.
awesome.
Is that the second one to the appeal?
So apparently it is, but Sophie has said that they're like different. They're not, it's not like a true sequel. I think that means it
Mhm.
must be in like the same world, maybe, or like, but it's not actually a sequel. I'm pretty sure. Sophie, you can please correct me because I'm putting words in your mouth, but I'm pretty sure that's what you said one time because you've been reading it for a little while. Yeah, so
Mhm.
we can check on that.
'Cause I'm
Got
very
through
interested in the appeal, and then I kept on hearing about the Twyford, and they have very similar covers, like, they look
exactly.
like
Yeah,
they
and you're always wondering, is that like an author style because it's the same author, or is it's typically because it's a series? But I think it's yeah, I'm
Mhm.
pretty sure they're not like a true sequel that we think it would be. Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
or if it's like a
yeah.
det like a like it
Same
has the
detective,
same
but
yeah.
different. Yeah, that's true. Rally got through 2 chapters while in the bath. Ooh, helped my sore feet so much. Oh, that's
Oh, I'm
awesome. That
so
sounds
glad.
nice. Yeah, a bath sounds lovely. Hello, Jess. I always call you Kiwi, and I really like calling you Kiwi, but I'm going to try and call you Jess now that I know your name. I'm at work on a quick lunch, so can't really stay, but in here for another 15 minutes. That sounds good. I'm sure you were probably off lunch now. Update, there was one story that I read in the book. I know what book you're talking about. This one is the anthology of erotic literature, so not everyone's cup of tea, and it was written basically it was written by all of these really well-known authors. One of them, Taya Obrecht of The Tiger's Wife, she was brought into the project, so one of her stories is in there. And but it's anonymous in the fact that you know that these authors are within the book, but you don't know which story they wrote.
Oh,
Yeah, and the anthology is called Anonymous Sex. And it's super inclusive. There's like all this diverse representation. Some people did like fairy tale retellings, others did historical romance, futuristic, like different like traveling, and it's a pretty interesting project. And the whole point was to show that, like, you know, just kind of like for instance, people read smutty books, that it can have, you know, it has a place in our kind of reading life, and it shouldn't be kind of thrown out to being like, oh, it can't be serious, we can't talk about serious subjects. That was kind of the whole part of their anthology, why they made it, and I found it really interesting. Yeah, I think I gave the entire collection 4 stars. Some of the stories are weird and were not my cup of tea, but the entire collection, I appreciated the message. So anyway, let's get back to what Jess was saying about this one story that I really enjoyed up until about 2/3 of the way through. It was playing with the idea of a glossary until it remembered its context. I don't know which story you're talking about, Jess. I know that Jess is probably off, but we're gonna have to connect. I'm gonna have to reach out and be like, what story are you talking about? I am at chapter 35, not loving it, but I don't hate it. This is the writer's retreat, which is also reader's retreat. That's a very funny. That's very funny.
Reader's Retreat is reading Writer's Retreat.
Yeah, exactly. It's very funny, Paul. I don't know if I noticed that before. Also, we have Neva. Hello.
You heard the book we were talking about. No.
I know, right? It's like, what are the chances? We were just talking about anonymous sex. Anyways, basically, we utilize Neva to provide us all of the knowledge that we might need. She called her, what did you call yourself? The local kinkster or something?
The resident.
The resident. Yeah, which we appreciate. We don't have, anyways. We don't need you for this today. So you can take a day off. You can relax.
Oh, thank God.
But what are you reading today? Are you still reading? Is it Beartown? No, The Winners, right?
The Winners. Yeah. I read none of this today at all. I need to really like get cracking because I really need to finish it today. I don't think it's gonna happen. That was my goal. Wow. Well, sorry to tell you, because you have hair on your legs, or you're not. It says that I have 18 hours left. I don't think I actually have that long. Libby doesn't.
You have a higher speed. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm listening to it at 2 times speed, but Libby doesn't actually translate like how long you have based off of it, like based off of how long you've been listening. Because it says I've been listening for an hour and 57 minutes.
But you've probably been listening for like
maybe it does calculate it because this
I think it does actually.
Minutes in. So
really, because I feel like I've never seen Libby do that. Like I feel like it's.
They
I know that Audible I've heard does that.
Yeah, they may have updated because they didn't used to do that.
But
when I click,
interesting.
If you click like on the book cover of your audiobook, it'll come up. It'll tell you like how long you've listened, and then it'll predict to you how long it'll take you to read. It gets pretty sassy, but like it says, time spent reading an hour 57 minutes, and then it says as you are 16% through, you're on track to finish in 10 hours and 12 minutes. But then underneath that, it's got to be sassy, you know what I mean? And it says, because you first opened this book 21 weeks ago, it might take you another 2 years.
How dare you? Libby is the new Duolingo bird or the new Duolingo owl? Jeez.
That is fabulous.
Oh my gosh. Like, okay, call me out. Like, hi, Ari. How are you, Ari?
Good.
Okay, good. Thumbs up.
He's watching Mario. So.
Ooh, fun. Sounds good.
So anyway, so it says 10 hours and 12 minutes. I could theoretically, because like right now is my 7 a.m., right?
Mm-hmm.
So I could finish it today, but I just really have to, I don't know. I'll probably like listen while I clean,
Okay.
and that'll help it go quicker. I'm bracing for the devastation, but I need to try to finish it so I don't have to listen to this tomorrow at work.
Mm-hmm. No, that makes sense. Yeah, we'll support you. You can do it.
At the next sprint, okay?
Mhm. Okay, so then with the writers retreat, don't hate it either, but I will see how it ends. Got 56 pages left. Okay, then you're
Wait, are they reading the writer's retreat?
yes.
Yep.
So Paul Reader's Retreat is reading the writers retreat.
I did not like this book.
Mm,
I read it last year. I think I gave it 3 stars, but it was a pretty low 3-star. I really do not love to give lower than 3 stars. Like, it has to be
yeah.
I don't either.
atrocious for me
Not
to
good to
get
you,
like a
too.
2. And I've
Mhm.
literally only given, unless you count like really bad smut books, which I don't. I've given plenty of like really bad, like we know that it's gonna be bad.
Mhm.
Oh, thanks. I'm thankful for you too. So uh but like regular like novels, I really don't love to give lower than 3 stars. But
Mhm.
I felt like the characters that we were supposed to be following that were like supposed to be in their 30s acted like they were 16.
Mm.
Because there's like lesbian,
Interesting.
there's like LGBT rep in it, which was fine, but like I just felt I think last year when I read okay, I think last year when I read it, Amy might have been in that group read. Because I think it was like me, Amy, Brittany. I think there were a
I
bunch of
think
us
I read it around the same time, but I
all
wasn't
read
in
it
on your group read.
at
Mm,
once.
okay, so
But
you guys chat
but
together.
they
I
were
read it
very like
with my friend Jamie.
okay,
Mm.
but it would be like if me and Amy had a falling out and then just like talked shit about each other all the time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
And then had to go on a writer's retreat together.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, Paul, let us know what
Yeah.
you if you get
But it
that
was
same vibe. And yeah. Hmm.
so I
Interesting.
think I gave it 2.5 stars, but I gave it 3 stars on Goodreads.
Round up. Yeah, that makes sense. Sophie, I also managed to read 10 pages of my other book. Awesome. I got up to 50 pages in The Tempest of the Tea. And the Tea, what is it? Tempest of the Tea. Is that what it's called? I don't know why I keep like that read weird, but cool. One chapter read, but I have read nearly 200 pages today. So I have been listening. So true crime stuff. Yeah, nice. Also have dinner in the oven. Awesome. Oh my gosh, yeah, true crime. Sometimes you're just in the mood for it. Not a clue for Nikki. Oh yeah, this was because Neva. I don't know if you saw this before you joined, but when we got back, Rainey had like her hair in a towel, and Amy's like, "I wonder what Rainey did during this sprint." And so I was like, "Comment if you know." And obviously Nikki's like, "I have no idea." Bethany has a great response. Looks like Rainey went dancing in the rain. Oh, too funny.
Quite
Wow.
possibly.
Yeah. Really struggled with her first series, but enjoying this one. That's great. This is about the Tempest of the Tea. Hello, Desi. Oh my goodness. This is Amy's buddy reader right now. You guys are reading this together, right?
Yeah, she's trying to finish one by one. So
One by one.
but
Yeah,
she's
right.
reading Friends Don't with me.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, you guys are doing a buddy read, but also juggling one by one by Ruth Ware, right? Planning on getting it done tonight. Awesome. Sounds good. I am reading If We Ever Meet Again. Oh, very interesting. Ooh, is that like a second chance romance? Read, or it could be a threat, I guess, if you read the title like that. So who knows? Read a chapter of A Witch's Guide to Fake Dating a Demon and FaceTimed my friend. Oh my gosh, that sounds lovely, Mary Hope. Not gonna lie, I did no work, but I did get very comfortable to do the work. You know what, Chris? That's halfway there.
Half the battle.
Exactly. Got 15 pages read without an audiobook. I am slow. Alicia, honestly, same. Like when I am physically reading a book, I have to remind myself that it's okay to take your time with it because you don't have the audio with you. And yeah,
The
oh my gosh.
audiobook just helps me stay focused on it. Like, yeah, Okay, I'm going. I'm still reading.
100%. Mhm.
It's so easy for my mind to just like, oh.
Mhm. Or like, you know, if you're immersive reading and you've got the audio, and if I like look up to go like grab a glass of like to, you know, to drink a glass of water, I don't turn off the audio. Like I just listen for like a paragraph. And so I feel like the little stops that you might have to take to like readjust your blanket or to like sit differently,
Yeah. Mhm.
you aren't stopping reading as you go. And so that makes a huge difference with
Yeah.
the
It definitely does. Because if you're reading with your eyes, and you like, if I'm reading with my eyes, and I have to like go make dinner, I have
Mhm.
to I have to completely set the book down, go make dinner. So if it takes me 30 minutes to make dinner, that's 30 minutes that I haven't read.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So a lot of times, that's
Or
why
if
I
there's parts
usually,
of dinner where you can read, it's still you still had to pull yourself completely out of it too.
yeah. So
Mhm.
I listen. I have asked people to hold me accountable after this month because I have 13 books that I've started. Have I made headway in any of them? Like, no. Like, literally, at the beginning of this year,
Eva, oh my
it was
gosh.
unbelievable. I'll pull up my story graph so that y'all can hear. Okay, I have 13 books that I've started. Okay, and I am at least, because Nicole made me figure out how many books I was 10% through the other day, and then was
Mhm.
like, because I have like a Kindle collection that is like my currently reading, and she's like, anything that's not 10% through, you need to remove from your currently reading and put it back into collection so you're not looking at it. So of the 13 books on my story graph, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of them that I'm at least 10% through. Now,
Mhm.
Matilda, I need to actually take off because we've already finished reading Matilda. It only took us a year to read it. It's fine. And Nicole told me to put aside The Color Purple right now. My mental health can't handle it. So, yeah, that's a lot. So I was like, I need people to hold me accountable in March to only
Mhm.
read like 2 books at a time, 3 books at max, because I'm doing the read along with them. So I was like, I can do the read along with Coda and Nicole, and then I can have 1 other audio and 1 ebook. But otherwise, because I don't read physical books,
Mhm.
otherwise, like, I need to figure out my life
Yeah,
because I'm just like,
declutter your
oh,
brain.
let's start a
Mhm.
new book. And then I'm reading I'm finishing no books.
Mhm.
Yeah. No, I
Yeah.
think that makes sense.
Well, I said something similar to myself in my video because
Mhm.
last week I finished 4 and I was in the middle of 4 and I was like, I'm doing so much better. But then I talked about like 4 books that I was planning on starting this weekend, and I was like, well, I've learned nothing. It's
Yeah, I know.
And the thing is I get stressed out trying to read that many books. Like, because
Mhm.
then I sit there and I'm like, "Oh, I can put them on a wheel." And then I spin the wheel every time that I'm gonna go read, but then I'm like, "Okay, but you're reading, like, 2 chapters out of each book, like, that's not actually doing anything." And,
Mhm.
like, last
Mhm.
month, I read 5 books, which I'm actually really surprised by that I even read that many, because I really thought that I only read 3 books. Because, I read Fourth Wing, that was, like, a fever dream
Mhm.
for me. Um And then I read both the Housemaid's
you
books with
finished Fourth Wing?
it was my first book of 2024 thanks to Ari. I said, "Ari, you can pick the first book of 2024," and she said, "Fourth Wing, because it's the most beautiful book you own." So,
Aw.
It
yes,
is a beautiful book.
The most
Mhm.
greatest book you ever owned.
the most greatest book I ever owned.
Mhm.
Oh, wow. That's quite a
Yeah.
compliment.
Well, I mean, you finished Fourth Wing, so that's like 5 books.
I'm
Yeah,
just
That's a big
please
thing for you.
definitely deserves more than 1 book status. Like, that is
yeah, after I
huge.
finished
Yeah.
them on. Yeah, so I finished Fourth Wing, I gave it 3 stars.
Wait, Mom,
Mhm.
how
The
about
dragons in the
this? How
end
about we do this again?
were what made
How
it 3
about you put-
stars.
Mhm.
Otherwise,
How about you
I'm sorry,
put-
Amy. Did you like it? You liked it,
I
right?
liked it. I
Well,
gave it
Amy
4
went in
stars.
surprised that you liked it, though, right? Like, you didn't really know
Yeah,
if it was gonna be your
I was
favorite, so
not
that might
thinking.
have worked for you. Yeah, in your favor. But,
Yeah,
yeah.
it just happened to be like, okay, yeah, I digged it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just didn't really care. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I thought there were some really beautiful quotes in there.
Mm-hmm.
I get like the appeal of Zayden. Like I get it, I just didn't really give a crap.
Yeah.
I read both the Housemaids books. I read Icebreaker, and I finished Pucking Ever After Volume 2. That's what gave me 5 books. Was finishing that book like on the last day of the month.
Nice. Yeah. Woohoo.
But
Yeah.
so far this month, I've read 4, but
Mm-hmm.
2 of those are because of we're doing that vlog next week.
Yes, everyone stay tuned. Saturday, I think, is when all of us are posting that. If I know correctly.
Thursday, the 22nd or is it
Thursday?
the 24th? Oh wow, I'm a terrible best friend.
Oh, you said the 24th, Saturday. Okay, I was gonna say, I'm like,
24th, right?
yes, the
Yes,
24th.
okay. She's doing her. Here's
Okay.
where I messed up because she's doing her birthday sprints on the 22nd.
Okay, that makes sense because I was like, oh no, I've got
Because
2
it
less days.
falls. Well, because the 24th falls into the 72 hour.
Mm.
Um,
Oh,
72 hours. I think it's in the book corner or the book nook or something. But it
yeah,
falls into that
yeah.
readathon.
Mhm.
So I think that's. And so in my head, I was like, oh, it's Brit's birthday on the 22nd. It's not.
Okay,
24th.
that makes sense. Yeah. All right. Well, let's try to get through as many comments as we can because the timer's about to go off, meaning we've already talked for 30 minutes. Somehow we love to talk. It's so fun. It's all book related, so it's fine. More reading 30 pages during that sprint. Awesome. Read a little more of A River Enchanted. I'm liking it so far, but I'm only 65 pages in. I think I'm going to stop reading for tonight because I feel a headache coming on, so I'm going to watch. Yes, Sarah, you go relax, watch some TV. I'm sorry, a headache is coming on. Hello, Justin. How are you? Thanks for joining. Finished A River Enchanted. Meanwhile, with 2 ends of the spectrum here. Then read a few myths from Women of Myth. Awesome, Tennille.
Okay, but I need to know if you liked it.
Yes, the question is if you can, if you feel comfortable, let us know what you thought. I ate dinner and read 15 pages. Awesome, Jen. Made dinner and read maybe 5 pages, Carissa. Yeah, that seemed like that was a dinner sprint for a lot of people. Got about 25 pages read of The Atlas Complex. Ooh, that's book 3 in the series, right? That just recently came out. Awesome. I got to 10% in Breasts and Eggs by Mieko, or is it Miko? Miko Kawakami, and finished 2 pages in my other book. Awesome. Okay, random baguette snack. Yeah, Dustin. Yeah, that was, oh my gosh, this comment was a little while ago. Funnily enough, I am still here. However, I will be going to bed now. Thanks for the sprints and hope you all enjoy the rest of them. Awesome. Yeah, thanks, Greta. Appreciate you. Didn't read. I took Tylenol to ward off my headache after about 40 minutes into the sprint. I finally mustered the energy for a Spyro level. Oh, you're making me want to replay Spyro for sure. I'll return to reading The Alchemist next sprint, hopefully. Sounds good. Hello, just joining. Hi, Linz. I am currently reading Shanghai Girls. Have fun. Yes, it's going to be a fun night for Rainy. Super Lit is a great LGBTQ plus YA podcast. That's awesome. Love the look. Yep. Hi, Nell. Also, I voted yes for the poll. Not sure why it was an option, but I made me laugh. Yeah, just, you know what? Sprints. Yes, that's what we want.
Yes.
I'm gonna hop off for a little while to eat dinner while still hot, but I'll be back. Sounds good. We'll probably still be talking. Yes, Justin also said yes. If yes wins the poll, I know it's gonna be like, what do we do then? I guess I didn't think that far. Hello, Kelsey.
Oh no, Kelsey.
Yeah, feeling like I may be getting sick, or I'm just exhausted, so I'm taking it easy. I need to make tea, read, and maybe go to sleep early. Yeah, Kelsey, you rest. A lot of people are getting over being sick, and if you're feeling like you may be getting sick, yeah, add it to our TBR. Yeah, sounds good. Then NCIS has the regular, which is the DC. Yep, and then there's LA, New Orleans, Hawaii, and now Sydney. I didn't know that. Interesting. Oh no, vitamins and water and stay warm. I hope you feel better soon. Yeah, I think that was for Kelsey. Yeah. Hi, ladies. Rereading the whole Heartstopper series today, getting all the love. Woohoo! Yeah, Christine, I bet. Thank you. Also, I finished. What is this?
Love is
Love is
Blind.
Blind. Yeah,
Yeah.
Sweden. Mm-hmm.
Oh, now here's the thing. So I started Love is Blind yesterday. I don't know why I thought there was only one episode. I'm stupid because they never do that. There's like 4. And then what they do is they release like 4 or 6. There's either 4 or 6. They release them all at once. And then you have to like wait a week for the next like 4. And then you wait another week for the next 4. And then you wait another week for like the finale or whatever. It's not season 1, but it's better than last season, in my opinion. Like, I like a lot more of the people on this season for the American one. Last season, I felt like we just got a bunch of drama queens and kings who just were stupid.
Yeah. I also I realized that Rally was probably saying "oh no" to Nell because Nell isn't feeling well either. So Nell, Kelsey, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. It isn't a sequel, just written by the same author as It's just like same look, I guess. And then we obviously we didn't see this because we weren't in the comments, but Neva saying coming to see y'all, and Bree also stopped in. Bree, I made sure to go over to Bree Sprints to say hello because they're still going strong. Also, Jess from the Hex Library is going strong with Brittany, at least the last time I checked.
Oh, she just said hey.
Oh, yay! Oh my gosh, awesome. That's so funny. I'm going to go soon as it is midnight here. Yeah, no worries. So you go to bed, especially if the people are getting sick, better to make sure you take care of yourself. Then we have all this flood of hello to Neva. Yay. A few people were saying hello to you. And then saying hello to me. Hello, Rachel. I hope you're having a lovely day. We're having a pretty, and yeah, you came at a weird time. Weird stories talking about me. Yeah, so it's the erotic anthology. Yeah, and the resonant. I know it's just we summoned Neva through that chat, and it was the best. And then there were a bunch of people saying hello, check in, got my iced coffee and stretching. Ooh, stretching. That is something we all need to make sure that we're definitely doing, and including, getting beverages and that. I got to stretch, I think, after this chatty bit. Ended up going for a run instead of reading. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. But looking forward to the next long sprint. Yes, we're going to be doing another sprint. 60 minutes did win, so we'll do a 60-minute once we kind of get through some more of these comments. I was having fun with the writing retreat, but that was while I was flying through books in the Amazing Readathon and was enjoying so many. That's true, with the Amazing Readathon, you're just picking up books left, right, and center, so you don't really have much time to think about it. And it is happening in June this year. So everyone knows. And obviously, people are already commenting because you're all on top of things. So yeah, it's happening in June for sure. Thanks for the sprint. 4 hours of listening to Kennedy Ryan's reel that you've left. Ooh, okay. Sounds good. You're getting through it. Definitely a fun time. Love random prompts dropping all the time. Yeah. The Amazing Readathon is something you have to like mentally prepare for, but when you're doing it, it's so fun. Let's see here. How are you liking it? Before I Let Go has been my favorite book so far this year. Love a unique readathon. Me too. Yeah, and this came in before, but Neva, it sounds normal for me, or for you too. Yeah. Been hard to choose the order of what I want to read, so I understand it, Neva. Yeah. Hello, Donna. And yes, hello to everyone coming in to click the like button, sharing the love. Thanks, Donna. And no worries if you can't stay, because I know you've been sprinting a lot to yourself. Thank you, Ari, for support of Fourth Wing. I always try to finish a book before I start a new one. As long as that happens most of the time, I don't mind having a lot I'm currently reading. Yeah, that makes sense. Add one once you finished one kind of thing. I think that's what I've been doing. Love is Blind. Oh, yeah. I will see where I can find it and start tomorrow. It is really fun. And yes, I was just talking about the Hex Library. That is so funny, Jess, that you came in. We're doing our last sprint. I can't people anymore today. Understandable. Yeah, when you to people is a verb and it's something that you can only do for so long. So sounds good. But yeah, thanks for hanging out with us. I know you're juggling your own. For me, it was a 4-star until the last 10%, then down to a 3 or 3.5. But I can see how for someone who likes reading romance or similar genres, the end might add a star instead of taking it away. And yes, Leandra, we summoned her and didn't even have to toast. I know. Also, so Nell is also referencing, we read Suburban Hell together with Danny, and they actually summoned an evil spirit, and Neva is anything but an evil spirit, but they summoned with like a little toast of wine. And so, yeah, that was a nice little wink to that. Yeah. Oh, so funny. And yes, we love seeing a wild Neva to joining all the sprints. It's great. What is the Amazing Readathon, Nikki? Oh my goodness! So it actually is hosted by 4 Paws in a Book, Bree, who has been in the comments. Let me see if I can scroll up quick because she recently said hello. Will I be able to find her? I don't. Oh my gosh! But yeah, so 4 Paws in a Book. So that's Bree, and she hosted it last year in August. Yeah, but she decided to move it to June this year. So be sure to subscribe to her channel, and then you'll be ready as soon as it goes. And yeah, it's as Laura so kindly said, it's sort of like the Amazing Race. It's a month-long readathon, and you got to get across 10 cities, and the prompts drop at any time, kind of like Get a Clue readathon. If you participated in that, Nikki, that was hosted by Rainey, who is also here on screen. So if you're a fan of those types of readathons, actually both people you should subscribe to, on top of everyone else who is here. So just
Bree commented at the bottom.
Yep.
There you are! Yay! Okay, perfect. Yeah, so this is Bree. So much work into it to the point where it's months and months of planning. Like she's already put so much work into planning for this coming June. So definitely go support it. It's such a fun time, Nikki. Yeah, thanks for asking. Thanks for asking about it. And yeah, bookish prompts to get you to each leg. It's a great time. You also have money to spend it's such a like interactive, fun thing. You've got teams, everyone's super supportive and like competitive in a good way. And Jess provided the link. So yeah, we've got 2 people. You've got a face and you've got a link thanks to Jess. So woohoo! Awesome. You will pass out after it, but it's fun. Yeah, honestly, you might feel like I felt a bit of like withdrawal after finishing it when I participated last year.
Yeah, I thought I was like, honestly, I thought it was a slump, but I don't even think it was a slump. I think it was just I didn't know how to read because I didn't have any prompts.
Yeah. Like someone needs to tell me what to do.
because I still wanted to read. That was the thing. And when I'm in a slump, a slump makes it so that I have just no desire to read. But I was like, yeah, I really want to read something. What can I read? And then I was like, I don't have any prompts. So like I ended up having to have Ari spin the wheel for like all of September because I couldn't figure out how to read without somebody telling me like, here,
yeah,
use this prompt to go read.
Laura, she was in Italy at one point while, and I know that was like, we had a city in, what was it? Was it Rome? Or which one was it's Italy city? I know it was like a coastal prompt. It probably wasn't Rome then, because that's, I can't remember. It was a great time though. Basically, that's what it was. It was so fun. Hello, butterflies. I'm listening to Twisted by Emily McIntyre. Awesome. And so everyone who's excited about it already, I have some chaotic ideas for this year. Like Bree, I'm nervous and excited in all the best ways. It's going to be so good. And as I was leaving Rome, in real life, we just got the prompt to go to Rome. Okay, it was Rome. I was going to say, I'm like, am I remembering correctly? And then, successful, just subscribed. Yahoo! Yeah, so everyone, if you want a wild, chaotic time, put June in your calendars for the Amazing Readathon and also subscribe to Bree. So yeah, it's going to be great. Margaret would crack me up when she got all worked up during the Readathon. Yeah, everyone gets like crazy in the best way. It's so fun. Okay, so on that note, I'm going to start that comment and know where we left off because sometimes it's hard to know. And we're going to do a 60-minute sprint. After that, I'll probably do another poll to see how people feel when it comes to the next sprint. But for now, 61 So yeah, 60 beat yes, apparently, which I guess we're thankful for. So I didn't have to have a dilemma of knowing what to do. So let me make us tiny. Look how small we are. We're part of the crowd. Woohoo, Pochi. Okay. And we will see everybody in 60 minutes.
Are you muted?
I am muted, everyone. You can't read lips? What's going on? I'm sorry about that. I'm juggling a million things.
I'm like, I can hear her. What is happening?
Yeah, oh my gosh. I was like, I'm
you
in
are
the middle of
talking.
sending a message and I want to make sure that I'm doing it. And then I was like, oh my gosh, the screen is ending and so much is happening. And I was like, of course people can hear me immediately. No. So anywho, a lot's happening, but I hope everyone had a productive sprint, even if it was just to chill out, to relax, whatever you had to do. I ended up reading one chapter and then I was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have a productivity sprint. And so I have, I only have 4 comments that I'm behind on YouTube now, which is good because I have been very behind and people had commented, for instance, on like my February TBR. And anywho, so a lot of you in the comments here who have commented on my other videos, you'll be like, Leandra's like talking to me here and she just talked to me on screen. And it's like, yes, I'm reaching out to you in many ways, but so I did that. And then also I've kind of been trying to figure out with my Meet the Booktuber series, which at the moment it's not a series because I only have one video out, but I was kind of touching base with a couple people who have kindly agreed to have me highlight them. And there are booktubers that I know of that I'm friendly with, but I want to make sure that I'm mixing things up. And so I don't know them as well. And so we've been kind of like trying to figure out like what I've read, what I like, and and they've been very nice about it. But so it was a lot of communication sprinting. But how did everyone else do? Amy, how did you do this sprint?
I was chatting with my sister because she's like she's like a huge reader, but she's not a huge social reader. So
Okay.
she's like, okay, I want to try this buddy read thing. So she's actually reading Friends Don't with Destiny and I. So I was like, okay, so we usually do this over Voxer. And she's like, what the?
She's like, what's that?
So I was chatting back and forth with her about like getting her set up on that so we can like chat about it because it's just nice because we can like text us what chapters we're on and then we can talk
right now so I'm drinking coffee.
for a long time. So like
Coffee
it's a game changer. It really helps to prevent spoilers because you're ensuring like, hey, message, this is chapter 23. And then, the only tough thing is when you're like on the app at the same time and you're like, oh, someone's talking and you have to like get out. Like that's happened to me before. Or I was doing it with Nell and Danny, and because it's the 3 of us and our schedules were intermingling, we'd be talking at the same time.
If you finish your food, I'll let you have it.
And talk at the same time, but they record separate messages. So when you listen back, it sounds like I'm talking to no one. Like it's creepy.
and then Voxer thinks that because you were in Voxer that you heard it, even though you didn't. You were Voxer's not that smart.
It's not. But it's very fun.
She was like, what in God's name? I was like, okay,
you're like, what is this app? This newfangled contraption? It's like, it's actually not new, but it's new to the book world.
Yeah.
Like we were using it.
So we were kind of going back and forth on that. And then I was listening to, because Destiny hadn't started it yet. And she was working on one by one. And I was like, okay, I'm like 5 chapters in. So I'm just going to like stop. So I was listening to Get a Hint, Danny Brown.
Ooh, okay. Switching it up to book 2 for the Take a hint. I know, Get a Hint. You know what I've been calling? I was calling Get a Life, Chloe Brown too many times, Get a Clue. And it's all because of Rainy's readathon. It's in my head now, and I still call it Get a Clue. And it's just like, it's Get a Life. So,
Get a life, take a hint at your 8. Yeah. So I was listening to that, and yeah.
Nice. Cool.
I'm on chapter 14.
Oh,
I think
okay.
it's
Cool.
14
Cool.
now, I can't remember.
In the thick of it.
Chapter 14.
Okay. Yeah. Nice.
In the thick of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Cool. Awesome. Neva, how did you do this sprint?
I made it to I'm 23% through. I'm on chapter 23, and something happened, and so I messaged Brittany in all capital letters.
You're like, Brittany, we
She
need to
was
chat,
like-
whether you're free or not.
She was like, I know, I warned you, which like she did. She warned. What? Okay, stop yelling at the TV, please.
The rock boy with the little rock nose.
Yes, I understand. I've seen Mario.
I don't. Oh, not Mario.
What are you watching?
I love
That little rock.
Oh, you're watching
That little rock
Elemental.
with the rock nose.
Yes. Okay, what about him?
Ooh.
What his name is? What is his name?
I don't know. I've only seen Elemental once, and then you told me I couldn't watch it with you anymore because it made me cry. So
Oh. She's like, nah, don't want you here.
If you don't want to watch it, you don't have to watch it. That's what
Oh.
I meant to say.
okay, and Ari does not like
You're
my
allowed to watch.
scary movies. And then
That I can't hear the movie.
I also
have to do it. Try to ask you pleasely and kindly to be quiet.
Okay.
Still won't stop crying.
well, sorry, I'm an emotional human being.
Yeah. Exactly.
I also I know.
Meanwhile, Ari is like cold-hearted, apparently. Like, geez.
Nobody.
Okay, watch your show, eat your food, please. I also made dinner in that sprint, and then I went on to the Diamond Art Club app because it's Saturday, so they had new releases. So I went and saved a bunch of them to my wish list. Because I mean, I don't expect people to buy me diamond paintings, but I have like a public wish list because okay, thanks. Because people have asked for it before, but like they're expensive. Okay, thank you. Okay, eat.
I'll get some money, order one, and then I'll get some more money, order the second one, and I'll get more money, and order the third one.
Sounds great.
And then
Thanks.
and then the year before I have two, I will give you some too.
Oh, thanks. Okay. It's
Will you be dead?
probably not.
I'm not dead by the time I have kids.
I hope not either, Ari. Eat your food, please. Lord have mercy. And then I had a few people check in on me. This week is hard, but we're making it through.
Yeah.
Death is a theme in our house right now, so she's not asking that just to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Selena Gomez is on concert.
Sure, Ari. I'll see what I can do about that. I know. I'll see. Okay. Shh. Okay. All right.
She's just excited about so many different things.
Yeah. This week, and she's not too excited that they don't have school on Monday because it's President's Day. And she's like, I don't understand why I can't just go to school. And I was like, the school will be closed.
Yeah, no one's gonna be there if you want to go. Like, that makes sense. Yeah, but anywho, this is actually a good time to do a self-care check-in. So whatever type of self-care any of us need at this moment, I know a lot of us have had a rough week for various reasons, but in this moment, after this sprint, check to see if you've got water. Check to see if you have snacks. The two lovely ladies on screen are showing themselves drinking. So yes, please make sure you're hydrating, doing whatever you want, even if it's a treat water, maybe a sparkling, maybe some flavor. I don't know what you want.
Oh, I also have coffee too.
Oh, yes, coffee too.
Because for me, it's 8:40 in the morning. It's basically like
I was gonna say it's morning for you. For me, it is decaf coffee. Don't worry, everyone. But yeah, if anyone needs caffeine, it is Neva. And also stretch, take a stroll. You don't have to be here while we chat. If this is the time for you to get chores done, productivity while we're talking, that sounds good to us. And then that's why I need readathons and my TBR games to keep me on track and something telling me what to read. I usually get into slumps if I have a lot of 1 or 2. That too. Like if you're getting a 1 or 2 star in general, it's not great for, at least with a readathon. You're like, okay, push through, get to the next book. And it stops you from being like, I need to take a break. And then you just don't read for a while. Hello, Jill. Yes, I'm Jill. I think I may have popped in once before. I think you have too. Yeah, I recognize you. I am a slow starting booktuber and an EA. I'm assuming an English assistant at a high school.
You're an
Anyway,
education assistant?
I suppose, yeah, it could be that depending on, because I've been an ETA, so I've been an English teaching assistant, so I suppose that's where my brain went, but it could be education assistant, you're right. Anyway, I'm reading Hell Followed With Us, which is quite the title. I am intrigued. Welcome. Anyone taking part in is it Davabad? Is that how you say that? Davabad? I never know. Okay, I was gonna say, I never know how to say it. By Shannon Chakraborty. Reading along. It's starting next month, and then
tripped up over David, but Chakraborty, that didn't even cause any.
No, well, it's because like the thing is I'm like I know that author, like I know of her, whereas I'm like nope, don't know what that series is. Here we go. Yeah, but cool. No, I'm not participating in it, but if anyone else in the comments or on screen are, let us know. Well, got the shop and dinner going. Awesome, Jen. I'll be able to sit and read in an hour. What is the next readathon? I missed the girl band video. Oh, yeah. So right now we're doing Battle of the Girl Bands. And so that's currently going on throughout February. You can check out Rainy's channel, Rainy Blue Reads. She is linked below if you refresh the page, depending on when you arrived, Jen, because I was a little behind on doing that. And then we were talking about the Amazing Readathon, which happens in June. And so that one is in a few months' time, but we're very excited about it because honestly, it was the talk of the town last summer, and we're really excited about it for this one. And then Nikki had mentioned that my readathon was the first readathon ever that they ever did, which is honestly such an honor. I really appreciate that. And yeah, so the thing that the difference is that the Amazing Readathon is much more similar to Battle of the Girl Bands in the fact that it's team-based. So that might be an element, Nikki, that you want to try out, because mine obviously was more individual and just supportive in a different way. And yeah, so here's that. And then I had apologized because I thought Nikki might have mentioned that mine was the first one ever. And of course, Nikki so nicely was like, don't feel bad. It was really kind. But anyway, Vanessa joined us. Hello, Vanessa. And it is Vanessa's birthday soon, in a matter of days. If I remember correctly, it's on the 20th.
Happy birthday.
Yes. And so I did send Vanessa a birthday gift, especially because Vanessa has just had some really exciting things happening that is more personal. And I don't really know, like none of us really know about it because it's not, BookTube related. But it just seems like Vanessa is on cloud 9 at the moment. I wanted to like add to that. So I sent her an early birthday gift. So yeah, happy early birthday. It was like not a surprise because I was like, hey, are you sure you want this book like in this format? Because I can buy it for you. And so she knew it was coming, but I was like, I'm still going to check it because I'm that kind of person. I was like, I can't. So anywho, Paul got 23 pages left. Awesome. Oh my gosh, you're so close. Are you still feeling like what are you feeling now? Read a couple of myths from Women of Myth, then moved on to Lightfall. Awesome.
I love Lightfall.
Ooh, okay. So we have a supporter to know. Awesome.
So, okay, if it's what I'm thinking of, the girl in the Galdarian graphic novel, it's just the most adorable little
Okay, might have to look into it because yeah, as a graphic novel, I'm always looking for new graphic novels. Mary Hope read 36 pages. Awesome. I am going to go relax, watch some TV. Yes, Laura, please go ahead. That's totally fine. You've had quite a week yourself. See you all next one. Yep. Sounds good. I read 30 pages of Tress. Jen, what are you thinking of it? I know that Rainey had mentioned it really wasn't her thing, but we're not surprised it wasn't her thing. That is a book I want to read, though. So, yeah.
Oh, I want to read this
too. Tress of the Emerald Sea.
Yes, the really pretty green cover with like the silhouettes. Yeah. Yeah. So all three of us haven't read it, but we all want to. That's what that sounds about, right? Hello, Brandy. Just got back from a belated birthday dinner with my mom. Now writing my reviews for the 3 books I have read this month. Awesome. Oh my gosh. Bit of fun with family and now getting those reviews done. Something that I'm really bad about. I have so many reviews that I'm behind on. So yeah, thanks, Brandy, for reminding me that you're doing a lot better than I am. I only read about 20 pages, but the dogs are taken care of. Awesome. More. But you know what? Productivity.
Yeah.
Making dinner now. Awesome, Brie. But I almost finished Butcher and Blackbird on my sprints, so I'll finish tonight. Oh,
I'm also reading this on my Kindle. It's my Kindle book. I actually purchased. Listen, I'm not really purchasing books right now, but I actually purchased this specifically because I wanted to be able to read it, and the library hold was like 32 weeks, and I was like, I can't wait that long. Okay, I don't really get FOMO very often, but this one, all I'm gonna say is just read the trigger warnings. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, that's good to know.
Amy should not read this book.
Okay,
Absolutely
that's
not.
also
It's
good
not,
to know.
it's not a book for Amy, you know. It's like a dark romance.
Oh, why
It's a-
didn't I know that?
It's because it's marketed as a dark rom-com.
Oh, I didn't know
And
it
like
had any romance in it at all. Who am I?
the
What?
main
Anyway.
characters are like Dexter style serial killers. And it's a
Oh, I didn't know it had serial
friends
killers.
to lovers type. Yeah, it's really good. Like, it's really funny, but it's also disgusting. So, like, if I was to find
Okay.
out that Amy read this book, I would be like, "And now you need therapy, ma'am, because this is not for you."
We'd all be like, "Hey, Amy, how are you doing? Are you okay?
Hanging in there.
Hey, bud."
It's funny because Brittany texted me and she was like, is Stud in the Stacks closed door? Because I just assumed it was, but then I saw the naked guy on the cover and I was like, maybe. It's like, no, it's
Hey.
open door, but it's not the open door that you're used to.
Yeah, I was actually I the cover that I have is also like has the naked front man, and I was like, "Whoa, what is going on
What's going on,
here?"
Amy? Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
my
very fun.
sister's fault. It's
Yeah, but
My
Butcher,
sister.
like, I already pre-ordered the second book on my Kindle. Like, I already pre-ordered it, and then when the whole trilogy is released, I'll buy the actual books because I really like the covers. The covers are
Covers
really
are cool, you have to admit. Yeah.
they are pretty covers.
But yeah, like, I mean, I'm enjoying it. It's a good time. I'm like 30 something percent, 33%.
Yeah, I believe it. Just as it's not an Amy book, it does feel like a Neva book. So yes.
It's definitely a Neva book.
So Dustin got 4 chapters read, getting through it like warm butter. Ooh, what a description. I love it. Okay. I got to 28% in my audio of breasts and eggs,
Yes.
which is good so far. I also opened the box to start assembling a bookshelf finally. Awesome, Jamie. Oh, that's going to feel very nice once it's like assembled. I need to film a booktuber newbie tag and a readathon announcement. More. I know what this readathon announcement is. If I remember correctly, you were in the discussions of it months ago, and so I'm very excited that it's finally come and you get to talk about it. I can't wait to hear more because I only know literally the bare bones. But woohoo! Good luck with your filming. I got about 40 pages read in Bride. I'm going back and forth between that and the Atlas Complex because Complex hurts my eyes. Not sure whether it's the font or the paper, but there's that. Yeah, like, isn't it tough when your reading experience is hindered by the formatting of the book or maybe, yeah, the printing, even like the pages, the thickness of the page, just various things.
Yeah.
Very weird. 26 pages and ate dinner. Awesome. Sounds good. Also, like, I'm sure that dinner was delicious after your run because, you worked out. So you're like, I now need to nourish my body. Social reader. Never thought about it that way. But I tend to have a hard time finding anyone who reads the sorts of things I like or want to try. Huh.
You know,
Yeah.
here helps.
Yeah, I like it. We always get interesting terms from Amy. Like, for instance, was it snowball reading? All of that. Like, you got to look to Amy for certain descriptions of our reading life that we don't
Reading
think about.
Snowball. It was, Snowball was sick.
Oh, reading Snowball. Okay, that makes more sense, actually. Yeah. So, yeah. Started and finished This Girl Walking, the song. I do need to make some edits. Ooh, that sounds so cool, Chris, like what you're doing.
Yeah.
I watched a variety of videos, a cooking video and TBR video, and a Tunisian crochet tutorial video. I know people have kind of talked about trying the Tunisian crochet as like my starting point because I want to learn to crochet. So that's interesting.
Okay, so I crochet and I have tried Tunisian crochet. I can't. Like I can't figure out what I'm doing wrong. Like I'm like I get like halfway through it and I'm like I don't like I
You're
can't
like,
do
does this
that.
look
I'm like,
right?
no. I'm like, what am I doing wrong? I know I'm doing something wrong. I just don't know what it is. I think my brain is getting stuck.
Mhm.
Kind of what.
Oh, yeah.
But I
We're
can
gonna
see
see. I'm
how
such
if
a
you're just
newbie.
learning, like it would be really easy.
Maybe because I know nothing, so I'll just
You
absorb
know,
it.
it's just I'm trying to do the same thing that I know how to do, and you can't do that because it
Mhm,
doesn't
mhm.
work. And
Yeah.
maybe that's I don't know.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I'll keep you updated, Amy. What happens when I eventually try? I'm signing off early tonight. Time for bed for me. Thanks for the sprints. Of course, Mary Hope. Always so nice to see you. Got another chapter read of my book. This main character so far seems to dislike every person she has contact with, including her boyfriend. Wow.
Oh, I hate
She's yeah, so she's probably interesting. Okay. I hope that it gets better. I don't know, unless it's meant to be the way she is. I read 10 pages of The Alchemist and one chapter of Percy Jackson's Sea of Monsters. Awesome. Yes, woohoo! Filming books, readathons. Keep an eye out, everyone. I have that. So I love that she wants to go to school.
Ari.
Oh, yeah. I was gonna say for some reason I was
Yeah.
connecting that with the description of this unlikable character. That makes
No,
sense.
because Ari, like, if Ari could go to school 7 days a week, she would. Like,
Yeah,
I
that's
feel
very
like if I could afford boarding school, she would thrive there.
like, yes, best day ever. That's too funny. Well, finished Heartstoppers now. What to read next, Christine? I'm thinking a Sarah Adams book. Have you ever read anything by Sarah Adams before? I know that I read the cheat sheet. That's all I've read by this author, but I know that she's very popular. She's on like a lot of to read lists.
I am very intrigued by all of her books. Like every synopsis that I've read, I just lost the word synopsis.
Okay, I'll
All these synopsis that I've read, I've been like, oh, that sounds so cute. Like,
yeah. I remember the cheat sheet was very fun. That was like before my romance ever. Like I didn't know what to think about romance. I just picked it up. I think it was one of my first audiobooks ever too. And I was like, oh, we're just trying things out. And I remember I found it quite fun. I did try one where one of the characters is like a hairdresser and I wasn't feeling it. And I'm not sure if it's me or what. But I did like the cheat sheet when it happened. And that was also a sports romance, and it was friends to lovers, which I also, two things I don't think I ever have said I like. So that threw me for a loop. I'll tell you that.
I never read the cheat sheet because by the time that I heard about it, there were so many mixed feelings about it. Like it's kind of like Icebreaker, like you love it or you hate it. So I never tried the cheat sheet. I mean, I love the Icebreaker, but we know that I'm deep into my hockey romance era. I don't even like if I could show you my computer right now, I have like 2, 4, 6. I have 24 tabs open right now underneath my because I'm on Chrome, so I have them like in sections. But underneath my KU hockey romance tab, I have 24 Amazon tabs open that are all like hockey romance.
Oh my gosh! And
okay, so the Stud in the Stacks author,
Yeah.
Pippa Grant, she has hockey romance, and they are really good.
Ooh, just
I'm like
add
so
to Neva's, ongoing.
They all have puck in the title, so the like Pilot and the Puck Up, like all her books are.
If you
like
for anybody who watched the live stream last night with me, Coda, and Nicole, I was actually talking about this, and we were looking up like Puck Bunny aesthetic, which if you don't know what a Puck Bunny is, it's like a hockey groupie.
Okay, yeah.
Like they don't really know anything about hockey, but they just like want to sleep with all the hockey players. Okay. But so I like typed it. I mean, some of it's just like kind of dumb. Like it's like girls in jerseys and like short shorts with heels, and then they have like bunny ears and a tail. I'm not doing all that. But I was like, I could do the jersey, like the oversized jersey and the heels, and then like film a whole like reading hockey romance for a week.
Ooh, that'd be so fun.
That
Yeah.
would be fun.
Yeah, you know what's too funny is so I not where I'm originally from, but now the area where I live, and like the college that I work for periodically, my students, I learned that because they have an equestrian program, which is
Yeah.
a thing that I wasn't really aware was too big of a thing, but here it is. And so a lot of my students, they come for that equestrian program, and they were talking about they had to do an assignment, and it was a bit more personal. And so they started. Two of my students came up who are part of like the horse riding team, and one of them had said like, oh, I want to talk about the buckle bunny stereotype, blah blah blah. And I was like, buckle bunny? I'm like, you're gonna need to explain to me what that is, because
Yeah.
I don't know what you're. And then they're like, oh, so it's pretty much the same thing as puck bunny, but with like horse riding rodeo. And I was like, oh, I didn't
So
even
there's
realize.
always some kind of label for like it's mostly women. I'll say that.
Yeah,
Like
I
the
mean,
stereotype
yeah.
mostly,
Are we surprised?
mostly falls
Mhm.
over women. Ari, will you come down here and make sure that this is plugged in, please? No, it's not, because it's not charging my laptop. Will you come make sure it's plugged in, please? So
the iPad charger's plugged in.
well, can you double check for me? Thank you. You know, like there's some like there's like a group of girls even like in the Gulf. Okay, just okay. Can you just double check? Thank you. Like in the golf world, because like one of my best friends is a golfer, and he's like, yeah, there was definitely like whatever. I don't know what they're called, but oh, shoot.
No.
A putt bunny?
A what?
A
I don't
putt
know.
bunny?
Oh, like
A
putt,
bunny,
like
maybe.
so, or like pin to
Thank
get
you.
the ball in
You
the pin.
okay?
We're not going to get into those various analogies, but okay, something.
Yeah, but there's always like that group of girls that like they don't know anything about anything. They're just like, oh, you're so hot, blah blah blah, and you're
And
like,
also, you know what? They're allowed to be that way as well. We should like the thing
they
is
totally
that
are.
it's always against the women. They're always creating these suggestions about women being this way. It's like, don't have the same thing about men, do we? I mean, if we do, let me know in the comments, because I don't want to,
And I
be
will.
ignorant of that. But I feel like it's a huge trend where we label women like this. It's very
But they'll
annoying.
just assume that women that like hockey, that actually know a lot about hockey, would like
True.
are that too. But it's like, yeah, but no, actually,
Yeah.
And I feel like in the hockey specifically,
Mhm.
it's empty. Just set it there. Just set it there. Thank you. I feel like in the hockey world specifically, because like when I started reading hockey romance, I was like, is this actually a thing, or is this just something that they put into the books? It's actually a thing. Like the different like labels, they do it in basketball too, where they'll have like the basketball groupies, and then they have like the girlfriends and the wives. Like there doesn't seem to be anything in between.
Yeah.
Like you can have like your friends with benefits, which is usually like somebody that may have like started out as like a puck bunny, but then you're like continuously like or exclusively sleeping with that person, but you're not really dating that person. Like you know what I mean? Like it's very weird. I don't know. I'm not really like a sports girly, so I don't even know how I got sucked into hockey romance. I do. It's from pucking around, but I don't know how like it became like a thing that I wanted to read about. Because I've tried like football romance, basketball romance. I'm like, I don't care. Stop. Thank you. And I'm like, I don't really care about this, but something about hockey romance.
You're like, it hits different. Yeah, I might have to try it. We'll see how it goes. I do have Icebreaker on hold, but it's like a 10-week wait for me at the moment. So I'll keep you guys updated. Rally gave us a check-in, which I appreciate. Goes to see what I can make for dinner. I hope you found some good stuff. Hello, Julie. How are you? Julie, so many people have talked about how they're going to be starting God Killer soon, and they're really excited. Obviously, it was like my video had brought the fellow fans or the fellow people who are excited to that area. But I was like, oh my gosh, Julie's going to be so excited. I hope that everyone loves it. I have been getting my book stacks organized for Realmathon, also a huge readathon that's happening. I joined the Time team, so I'm especially gathering up books with white covers. Smart. Yeah, get ahead, have them to the side. I'm ready for it. I'm trying to be more involved with reading this with others. Yes, yes, yes. Please, Nikki. You're always welcome. And yeah, just do as much as you can or as much as you're interested in. If there's a readathon that you're not interested in, you don't have to participate. There's a million that happen every single month, to be honest. Hello, Neva. Great intro to diamond painting. Still not starting up a new craft.
You're welcome. But also, I mean, so I uploaded a video yesterday that is how. I mean, I think I called it like diamond painting from scratch or something, but it's basically just diamond painting with whatever comes in your box, or like with your kit. Not everybody will get a box, but whatever comes with your kit. Yes, I'll be there in a moment. Lie down. My intention with this is not to make people start a new craft. I know that a lot of people like didn't know about diamond painting, I guess, until I started, which I don't know, that's mind-blowing to me because I only started in like September and like it's been around for way longer than that.
You're an influencer, that's why. Look at you.
But really, like people were asking me to upload diamond painting like tutorials, which like I was a little intimidated by because I was like, you're literally gonna be like a diamond painting for beginners from a literal beginner,
which is perfect.
So, like,
it's a perfect combo. You are very relatable.
So I was like, I mean, I can do it. So I uploaded that video. It seems to be helpful to people. So I guess if you don't know how to diamond paint and you want to like see me try to explain it to you,
yahoo! Yeah, I mean, Jean has said that it was great. So everyone, go check it out if you're interested. Even if you don't know what it is, just see what it's like. That could be a helpful start for you. Meanwhile, though, Jean is watching a crazy movie called The Secret Billionaire. A crazy movie. Ooh. Okay. Interesting. I will be doing a video about it tomorrow. Okay, so Paul is going to be doing a video about the writer's retreat tomorrow. So people who are interested in knowing Paul's thoughts. Yes, it's that Lightfall. I'm working my way through volumes 1 and 2 to add to Fang's the graphic novel for girl. Ooh, oh, for girl band prompts. Yes, yes, yes. Gotcha to know. Interesting. I'm gonna have to look into this. I am
pretty and just it's got this.
You have me sold. A pretty book.
It looks like a thumb, and you're just like. The grandpa's a pig, and you don't really know how that came about. And it's just so funny. So
okay, I gotta look into it. Jen is loving Tress so much. I love the characters and the fun adventure. I'm about halfway through. Jen, also, let me know if you've ever read a Sanderson book before, because I have never read a Sanderson book. But
I've only read one.
Okay, I was gonna say, but I've heard Tress is like an okay book to start with because it's a part of this big universe, but it's really not that related to anything. So I could read that one like on its own.
From what I understand, you can read Tress on its own, but if you're already a person that likes Sanderson, I think that you can pull things in from other things that he's written. I've only read the first Mistborn book, like the very first one in the first like trilogy or whatever. It was good. I gave it 5 stars.
Okay.
It's like epic fantasy. So like, I mean, I don't know, or I don't know, what is it? Sci-fi fantasy? I don't know, but it's very convoluted. Okay. That's all I know. So like, if you're not like a fantasy person, like I definitely wouldn't start with Mistborn. But I've heard that his like YA series, I want to read that. Because I've heard that's a good place to start.
Alcatraz and the Librarians.
That's in the middle grade one also. Jamie's I think Jamie has been reading that one. Let me know if
the middle or the YA one it's sci-fi. It has to do with like I don't know, Audible always is like throwing the newest one in the series at me, and I'm like, I haven't even read the first one. Why are you sending me the fifth one?
Take more. Yeah.
But yeah, I want to read it, that like the newest one is called the Skyward series.
Yeah.
That's what the YA one is. It's called the Skyward, and it's about like, from what I understand, I could be wrong, but if I remember correctly, it's about a girl who her dad was like a fighter pilot,
Mm-hmm.
and then he died, but was like basically people see him like as a coward for some reason, and so she's trying to like avenge him or something. I don't know, but I want to read it because the covers are cool, and I kind of want to put them on my shelf. But also, I'm not buying physical books that I don't enjoy. So
100%, exactly. It's like try it first, then buy. Try then buy, right?
Yeah.
That's the phrase. Megan, I was actually talking about you earlier. I am struggling to finish books this
I'll read
month. I
you.
read the second and third Tea Dragon books earlier today as palate cleansers. That's smart. I read The Moth Keeper. I'm pretty sure you're talking about the series by Kay O'Neill. I read The Moth Keeper in January and I loved it. I've been meaning to try more stuff by them. I'm now reading Thorn Hedge, which is another co-host choice by Danny from Danny Dabbles. And Megan, I had mentioned that you were struggling with God Killer as far as the audio alone. And I really do think you might have to immersive read that or physically read it because I would have been overwhelmed. I then moved on to audio by itself periodically once I knew who the characters were, but I don't think that's a book that you can easily start with audio. I am part of monthly competitions on Goodreads, so that helps keep me on track with reviews because that's how teams get points. I've never heard of this, Brandy. That is so interesting. That's really cool. And congratulations on getting your team some points. Hello, Nicole. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Just stopping in for a little while. For a little while, as I have a heap of stuff to do today. Understandable. Oh my gosh, yeah. Because also it's Sunday for you, so you're like, I literally Monday is just around the corner. I understand. A bunch of people were saying hi to Nicole for obvious reasons because she's amazing. I have been meaning to start Tunisian. Crochet Crowd has some good videos now for it. I can do the basics, but not enough to love it yet. I'm otherwise an intermediate advanced crocheter. Okay, maybe it wasn't Tunisian.
I need to look this up.
Recommended to me. TL Yarn Crafts is the YouTuber I watched to learn crochet and Tunisian crochet. Highly recommend. Okay, I'm gonna star that comment. Thank you, Beth, so much. We appreciate it. Yeah, I'm gonna star that comment. And so then it's in the starred comments for all of us on screen too, if you need it. I am starting Babbel today. There's nothing like cutting it fine. I know. Oh my gosh, Nicole.
Nicole, we're both cutting it fine, dude. Because this audiobook. Here's the thing. I'm like listening to this, and I could feel the devastation start like from the beginning. I started this yesterday, so
yeah,
me and Nicole are both trying to read these chunky ass books right before we.
I do have to make you guys kind of feel better, because it's definitely not going to take me nearly as long as as far as the content goes. But I do have one more book for Brittany's blog, and I did start this on audio for The Wolf, and I found myself just not paying attention as much. I don't think I'm too big of a fan of the audio narrator for this one, and so I decided to put in a borrow for physical, and so I'm going to read it this week, and I am excited about it. But it is over 400 pages, so. But it is also, I think it's technically new adult fairy tale retelling. So I think it's going to be a lot faster. So even though I'm trying to make Neva and Nicole feel better, I also know that among the three of us, I have the easiest read. So that failed as I was talking. It's fine. Anyways, I wish you both luck. As a teacher, we love students like that. Yes, isn't it so cute? Neva, you're raising a good one.
Thanks. I don't remember. I really do not remember liking school as much as Ari liked school. Like Ari, I mean, school was kind of an escape for me because my home life was not very good. I mean, her home life is fine, but at least I hope it is. I would assume that it's fine.
It is. I can tell.
But I think that she likes the social interaction of school more than anything. So, because whenever she's like, I just want to go to school, and I was like, okay, but you don't want a break from school, and she's like, I just want to see my friends. Yeah, keeping her home if she's sick, dude, is she'll be basically coughing so hard that I'm like, you have a fever, you're coughing so hard you can barely breathe it. She's like, I'm fine, I can go to school.
She's like, I can make it, it's gonna be okay. Oh gosh, too funny. Yeah, and meanwhile, Jamie says, I can relate to Ari on that. I was always annoyed about school vacations too. That may have been part of how I developed my reading habit. If I can't go to school, I'll just read till I can go back. Honestly, that's a pretty good policy. Oh my gosh, that is awesome to hear. I loved your review video. Yes, Julie. I was like, I hope I make Julie proud. because this is obviously all thanks to Julie for making this a co-host pick. So that's great. I'm working on a crochet project tonight. Join the club. A lot of us have been talking about crochet, and I've started too many books. Also join the club. You missed Neva mentioning the 13 books currently reading, but things are getting handled. It's okay. We're getting.
I have a schedule now. Okay, Coda was like, or Nicole was like, maybe you should make a schedule, and then Coda was like, just make a key and then just like put a highlight when you're gonna read each book. So I have it broken down, so I'm only reading 2 audiobooks and 1 physical book at a time. So I have Butcher and Blackbird that we're focusing on. I have the winners, and then I have the read along book with Coda and Nicole. So, which I only read the read along book on Thursdays and Sundays. So
that's good to compartmentalize it, being like, hey, these 2 days are for that book. And then the other, I think that's good to organize in your brain. Yeah. That makes sense. This is my first Sanderson book. I will definitely be reading more. Okay, Jen, this is very good to know that you're loving it. And this is your first. Okay. I'm going to keep an eye on you. And I promise that it's not meant to be creepy, but that's exciting. Interesting. Okay. Okay. I just found out that Adeline Grace, author of the Belladonna series, has a merch shop with a shirt that says "Proud member of the Shadow Daddy Book Club." I need that shirt. Oh my gosh.
I also need this
talk
shirt.
about daddies yesterday. That is too funny, Sarah. And I'm so happy for you that you're getting that shirt. Just so everyone knows, I will not be getting that shirt, but I am so happy for you. I've been reading the Alcatraz series. I knew it, Jamie. Okay, good. That makes me feel better that I was like, I'm pretty sure it's a Jamie, which is middle grade Sanderson, sort of sci-fi, fantasy, and funny. Cool. I think Sanderson's The Rhythmatist, middle grade YA, is very good and very approachable. It's not part of the big universe and isn't super complex. It has some cool academia and math magic. Talk about loving school. That kind of sounds fun. Yeah. Weird that my other comment disappeared. I also recommend TL Yarncraft. That is weird. Sarah, it might have been a thing where YouTube can be very sensitive at random times, where like a certain combination of letters or whatever. I'm sorry. I hope it might have been me that missed it, unless you literally saw it disappear, because that's very strange. Hello, Brittany. Oh my gosh, I know that you've had a busy day. You were on the Hext Library, Jess's sprints earlier. Hope your night has been going well. Just finished my book. Sounds like it is going well. And I'm heading to bed, but we'll be doing Stud in the Stacks tomorrow. Ooh. We were just talking about how it's surprisingly, and Brittany, you mentioned it. You were saying that it's surprisingly not as closed door as we might have expected. I slowed the audio of God Killer down, and it has definitely helped some. I'm at the halfway point. Okay, good. And honestly, Megan, if you need any, if you have any questions or you need a bit more, someone to talk with, because there's a lot of events happening, you can reach out to me. I hope you know that, Megan, because I'm happy to talk with you and not give spoilers. I'll meet you where you are at in the book. And then, hello, Carissa, you're back. Woohoo. Awesome. I may switch to a new book next sprint because I only have 2 Spice Girls prompts left to check off. Oh my gosh, you could do it. Not high points, but will be nice to cross there. Yes, to be 100%, have a 100% score. I know what you mean, Jamie. That is very satisfying. And yay, Team Destiny's Child. We'll respect it. Yes, of course. Yes, I was like, we do have someone on screen, so we have to show respect. I did... I did switch to The Great Haunt. Oh, cool, Carissa. Awesome. No, I went back and looked. It's gone. What the heck? That's so weird. Yeah, I'm sorry that happened. That's very strange. Yes, hello to Lovable Reader, to Carissa. Amy did throw me with the Naked Man cover. I know, Brittany. That's exactly what she said.
Part of her girl band. She's got a girl band series and a boy band series. And I was like, I'm just going to pick my favorite book from that series.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to trying it out. Mm-hmm.
I would never, if somebody said, what's your favorite book? Never in my life would I say Stud in the Stacks. But, if you're going to go with a theme,
yeah, switch it up.
I loved it. I loved the hero in it. He's the sexy librarian that loves romance novels, and he pushes them on men so they learn how to treat women with respect. And it's just...
Oh, okay. Yep. I mean, I already was planning on reading this book this month, but I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be good. Oh, cool. Okay, so just so everyone knows, this is gonna be our last sprint because by the time we get back and get done talking, we'll be close to say like 6 hours on the internet, which I feel like is pretty good. Are the two here on screen good with being here to the end? If not, I want to make sure we can promote you prior to you leaving.
Yeah, I'll still be here.
Okay, sounds good. And
It's
also
only 8
reminder. Oh, I was gonna say, I know that we've got a CST here as well, and I'm EST, so there's different time zones going on. But also a reminder that Amy's very close to 800 subscribers. So just ensure that the push gets there if if you want to, if you can, that'd be lovely. And obviously, we've had a great time for over 4 hours. So I mean, come on. And on top of that, Neva below us has also been amazing. So subscribe to her, subscribe to Rainy too. So just make sure that is part of your job for this final sprint if you haven't done it. If you have, give yourself a gold star because you already did what we wanted you to do. So please follow directions. That's my teacher voice. Come on, follow directions, students. Anywho, let
I
me
think
open it up.
Beatrice is at 94.
Oh my gosh, she's so close to 100. And remember, Beatrice wants to get to 100 by the time her birthday comes around. So if we could kind of support her in that way too, because she's really sweet. And it'd be lovely if she like woke up tomorrow in Portugal to see how close she was, if not past 100. That'd be really nice. Because she honestly, I can't tell you enough how kind she is. She's so thoughtful. And yeah, we had a heart to heart earlier today, and she's just the sweetest person. I can't express it enough. But okay. So let me make sure that all is well. Actually, I'm going to switch to this banner.
Bye,
Ooh, we can do
Sarah.
both? Oh my gosh, is Sarah leaving? Sarah. Hold on. Okay. Bye, Sarah. I was like, wait, someone's notifying me. Sarah's leaving. Okay. Goodbye, Sarah. Also, we do have a sexy librarian. Can push me around anytime. We like to hear it, Brittany. Yes. Just added to my Kindle TBR 2024 reads. Yes, definitely. Honestly, it sounds like such a fun time. And obviously, you already know you'll have a bunch of people to
on
talk to you
KU.
about it. Oh, and it's on KU. Amazing. Perfect. And it's
Well, she's
accessible.
got like a whole universe.
I didn't even know that. That's so interesting. But yeah. And then there are lots of people who are close to big milestones. I know. And that's why we always should support them and help them get to it. Yeah. So, okay. Enough chatting. I literally, like, I have to tell myself I can't stop talking. I got to stop talking because we'll just talk all the time, like, because it's too fun. But okay. So, you know what? I'm going to make us tiny. Then I'm forced to have us actually
Bye,
going.
Jen.
Bye, Jen. Bye. Oh my goodness, you're all like surprising me. Have a great early day tomorrow, and yeah, sleep well. Bye, Jen. Ooh, thanks, Amy, for looking out
I
because
didn't want you to miss it.
I appreciate it. Yes. Okay. This time, this isn't a drill. We're gonna go into our final sprint. Thanks everyone for being here. If you have to leave, no worries. We'll see you next time. Thanks for being here. All right. Happy sprinting. Hello, everyone. Welcome back.
Hello.
We're good. Well, I want to make sure things are going okay. Some he's like a weird playback, and I'm like, I have my own open, which has happened. Okay, no, we're okay. Because sometimes, because I wanted to, the reason why I hit my second is because the echo. What's happening? Can you guys hear me?
You're echoing. I'm echoing too.
Hello?
Hello.
She said hello.
What is happening? I feel like we're haunted.
We might be.
I feel like I'm possessed. Okay.
Mm,
Hold on. We're gonna. I don't know what to do.
oh my gosh, I thought it wasn't going to. There was a lag.
Yeah, I don't know. I literally don't have anything else open now.
I don't.
I don't have anything open that would make it so that we're echoing. This is the only like streaming window that I have open.
What the heck? Yeah, I've seen this before. Genuinely, I'm sure this is so grating for people.
Well, it's crazy because I can't actually hear that. What they're saying they're hearing, I can't hear it in StreamYard.
I'm hearing it.
Yeah, I don't hear it. Hold on, let me see if I can hear it like on my actual, like on my phone. I have a
I'm
headphone.
trying to think of how we can adjust it. If I leave the stream, you two will keep going, right? And I can come back in. Should I try?
So if you leave, we can just talk to each other.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, so I definitely hear it when I pull it up on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
I hear it. It sounds like it does sound like there's a demon in her computer. It's like
Yeah. You're very staticky, but you're not echoing, and I am echoing.
What?
So I can hear it. So I can hear it like when I put my headphone in and I pulled it up on YouTube. Whenever we would talk, it like you could tell what we were saying, but it would also be like
Okay.
Like it sounds like something out of Constantine.
Let's all literally. This is gonna be weird. We're all gonna try this together. Let's all three of us leave, and we're all three gonna come here. Okay. People, I promise we'll be back. Okay.
Wait. So I'm still here, and there's no static. Sorry, I wasn't going to go in. I wanted to make sure that I had this link up before I left, but now I'm not static.
But you're fine. What the
I know.
heck? Hello?
So I didn't go anywhere.
Hello?
I mean, so Amy wasn't the problem. What the heck? What's going on? That was so weird. Yeah. Thank goodness. Oh my
All right,
God.
there's no more echo. Okay, great.
Creeping me
Sorry,
out too, Krista.
I was going to leave. I swear. I just wanted to get Discord back up so that I had the link. Like I wasn't trying to not
You're
listen
fine.
to you.
I'm not gonna lie. What I did,
Honestly,
Amy,
don't worry.
just for future reference, I didn't actually leave. I just hit like the refresh button.
Oh.
Because then what it'll do is
left.
Okay, so if you're in the stream, like I mean, obviously if you're running the stream, you can leave and come back. It's easy. Like it's on your thing.
Mhm.
But if you are a guest, if you just hit like the refresh button, it will just refresh the page and then it'll bring you back to where it says like
Mhm.
join the stream or whatever. But
Okay,
it'll
that's
bring you
actually
back to
really
the screen that you
helpful.
were on.
Well, I mean, I'm so
Okay,
sorry
okay.
for those of you who it might be the morning. I'm sorry we scared you awake.
Yeah.
And for those of you who are trying to go to bed, I'm sorry you're gonna have nightmares. What? But you know what? This is a good segue. If now you can't sleep because we terrified you, Neva has sprints after me, so she'll keep you company. Okay, maybe this was all part of our plan. Wahaha! Make people afraid to go to sleep and then hang out with Neva. Oh my
Yeah, and
gosh!
I'll
Oh,
have
that's weird.
I have friends coming to the stream. I think we are actually going to be productive. It's not going to be like it is on Saturdays. I actually do have things I have to do. But Katie will be over there, Brooklyn, Coda, and I think Nicole might try to pop in at some point. So
Nice. And I pinned the link. Maybe that like was weird because I had opened my stream to like pin the link. And so maybe my computer was being weird, but yeah, that was very strange. So yes, the link is pinned for those who wanting to watch. And these came in during the sprint or just before we left. But
Okay, and just to make Brittany feel good in Canada, it is not available in my Libby at all. There is no Pippa Grant in my Libby.
It's available on my Libby.
You have something I do not, Brittany.
for
Yeah,
once,
let me see if I can.
it'll never happen again.
Right.
Yeah,
Mark
like
this down.
this is the cover, the book that we're talking about. The librarian that we all like have in our dreams. That sounds amazing. But yeah, I've got the audiobook.
And in her author newsletter, she sends a like book recommendation from him every month. Like from him every month.
I love the continuation of like the lore. Like he lives on.
She has her characters like talk and interview the new hero. And it's like her newsletters are fabulous.
Okay, I mean, Amy, you've already sold me. How can you sell me more? Like I'm pumped. This is gonna be really fun. Yay. Getting really tired. Honestly, I saw this with Chris. It's almost 5 a.m. So, oh my Chris, what are you doing? Why are you awake? I know, I hope you're not awake now. I know that you're getting work done, but okay, I'm glad you're leaving. And also congratulations on the law changing. That sounds great. Hi friends. Hello, Coda. I've had a busy day, just unwinding now. Perfect. Because we know where we're gonna see you next, which we've already discussed. And then finishing the writer's retreat, I will be giving it 4 stars, taking a little break. Then the next sprint, I will be reading Murder on High. I am on page 116, chapter 9. Sounds good. Okay, 4 stars. That means like it wasn't perfect for you, but you enjoyed it. And so you're a part of a certain area of like the book community because like we said, it's polarized. That's very interesting, Paul. And yeah, interesting.
I'm very excited to see the video that you're putting out.
That's right. Thanks for reminding me. Tomorrow, right, Paul? Yeah.
Also, thank you to Paul because they followed me. They like subscribed. It just popped through on my phone.
Yahoo! Yeah, Paul, honestly, obviously, Paul, you know this, but I'm going to say it aloud. You've been great. So thank you so much. It's been really nice getting to know you in the comments and everything like that. So, yeah.
I have 799 subscribers.
Oh my gosh! Amy's so close. Come on, people.
Sorry, I just randomly opened.
Like, I mean, we're talking about studs in the stacks, hot librarians. What more do you want? Like, come on, people. We'll get you there. We're gonna get you there. It's so close. Also, Ari, anesthetic Ari, not Neva's child, by the way. It's a different one. By the way, Ari, in case you know, Neva below us has a child named Ari. So just to clarify, asked when my usual schedule is for sprinting, and because, you know, I'm so grateful you're a new subscriber and you always miss them, which I'm sorry to hear, but thank you for subscribing. And yeah, I don't have a typical sprinting day just far, which Paul has explained. It's usually, and that's not intentional, but it is like a day or two ahead where I'm like, oh, that's right, I should be actually posting them. So that's more on me, and I need to get better about that and sharing them more in advance. But I have been kind of thinking about making it a more kind of static, consistent schedule with sprinting, just so that you all know, I know when I'm sprinting. And so Ari, you inspired me to make a community post where I'm asking people if they have thoughts about that, if they want to like either vote in the poll of like options / like just give me their thoughts, and if they like that the booktubers they follow who do sprints, do you like that when they have consistent sprints, or do you care? I'm just interested to know. So if people want to comment, that's fine. I promise I didn't plant Ari in the comments asking this, by the way. I was just like, that's a good question. I've actually been thinking about this. Who better to ask than you all? So if you feel that you want to, feel free to go to my community tab and just like let me know your thoughts, because it's something I've been thinking about. But everyone we know has sprints on certain
Right.
days.
I
And
just
don't wanna,
always feel like I'm gonna step on somebody, and I
know.
never want so usually I end up like that morning like, oh, okay, I don't think I see any. I'm just gonna do sprints tonight, and then I just
I
I'm
will say
really
this
bad at it.
as a veteran sprinter. Okay, as a veteran sprinter,
Yeah,
at
you
this
are.
point, because it's easy to get views on sprints, right? There's not a lot of effort that we have to put forth for sprints. I mean, you have to have the capacity to deal with people. But as far as like, it's much easier to do sprints or a live stream than it is to like film, edit, make graphics, like do all the things that we have to do for actual videos. You're almost always probably going to coincide with somebody else. So if you're really like worried about it, I would just reach out, especially if like the people. I mean, if I don't know the people, no offense to those people, but I'm not going to reach out to you and be like, "Hi, should I move my sprints?" But like for instance, like Thursday sprints that I do with Nicole, we do overlap a little bit with Brittany, but like Brittany will send, like she'll say like, yeah, and even Nicole have sprints over here if you want to go over there now. You know what I mean? But also a lot of people have figured out to sprint hop. So I don't worry about it so much, because a lot of people have figured out that they can just sprint hop. So when
at least go and support and
and like
so
that was happening on like in January. I was doing Saturdays, but then I was like, oh, I'll do like maybe weeknight sprints, like for some people who can't, maybe they're busy on the weekends, and I wanted like everyone to have fun TBR-thon. And so I hosted Monday nights, as you both know, because you both were on there with me / Amy hosted for me that one time. It was great. Anywho, I remember like kind of having to coordinate with Family and Books, Paula, because she hosts all the time on Mondays. And so by the end of the month, I was like, hey, check out Paula. We were just like, we both know we're hosting Monday nights this month together. That's just, we're sending people over every single week, which you're right. As long as you're kind of like, if you both know that you're sprinting, just share the love. That's
right.
okay.
Yeah,
I just feel like this month, especially where it's like I'm a co-host for the girl band, and
100%.
like by the time I realized the spreadsheet was there for us to sign up, it was like
it was full.
I know. Well, you know what? I just checked, Amy.
is
Some people have taken off. Where, like, for instance, I think it might be next Saturday. No one is sprinting next Saturday. Amy, if you want to host, this isn't no pressure. But I noticed that, and I was only checking to see like where I could fill in, and I can't next weekend because my father's coming to visit me, which is very fun. He's never come to visit me while I've been living in this apartment for, I think this is my third year living here. So it's very exciting, and I want to make sure that I like give him like the time to do stuff. So I probably won't be sprinting that weekend, but I was looking to see if I had signed up for anyone, and I saw that Saturday's free. So it looks like people's schedules have changed. So maybe that's where you can fill in if your Saturday's free, of course. But anyway,
I will say also, like with this sprint hopping, we tend to like tell people like so and so is sprinting, so if you want to like be able to talk or whatever, because a lot of times we're not sprinting at the same time, like we're not actually in a sprint at the same time. So if you can time it, a lot of times it's timed accidentally, where one sprint will be chatting while another one is sprinting.
That's true. Yeah. And it's really nice when you're like, oh, you can jump in being like, hello, and then jump in, and it's great. And then none of us actually read, which is honestly, sometimes that's
and that's the thing too, because I want to make sure that I still get reading in too.
So usually, I'm not gonna lie, I usually like pop in, and unless they're talking, if they're not talking, I'll just be like, "Hey," like saying hello. And if they're in a sprint, then I
Yeah.
know I'm like, I'm not gonna wait 30 minutes to then talk with them, and I'll just
That's
leave.
what
and
I do.
hit
Yeah,
on.
because all those things still help the channel grow. It's just not,
Yeah.
you know,
Mhm.
Just
as
make sure when you go over there, you comment and you like it.
Mhm.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
if you're
Comment
not
and-
subscribed to their channel, subscribe. And then you can just
and
say
look at
hi.
who their cool co-hosts are and
Yeah.
subscribe to
And then
those.
you can just say hi and then jump out. Nobody's gonna
Yeah.
judge you for doing that. I do it all the time.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this was such a nice chat, guys. As always, it was so nice. So Moore ended up reading 38 pages, and I find it very funny that in between the chaos, Moore had commented this, and then there was more like, "Yay, it's fixed!" And it's like, oh my gosh, this was chaotic commenting section here. Oh my goodness. And Coda, was probably having a ball being like, oh, these just entertainment. That's what we are, Coda. Finished Lightfall 1 and now on to Lightfall 2, which I'm sure Amy's very excited about. But I'm concerned it's a cliffhanger. The third one comes out in April, apparently, but there's 2 years between releases.
Yeah.
Oh no, Amy. Is it? Is it a cliffhanger? Oh gosh. Okay.
I mean, yeah, it's a little like you just kind of have to like tell yourself what happened and then go into it. But
Mhm.
I mean, when I read the first one, the second one hadn't come out yet. When I read the second one, I was like, oh, yeah, I remember enough. And then went in and I was fine. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. Mhm.
I do believe it does end on a cliffhanger. I honestly cannot remember.
Okay. Well, at least like you only have until April to wait for book
Yeah.
3. So, I know it's depending on it still might be a little while for you to remember, but yeah.
Mhm.
Hello, Ellie Cat. I'm reading and hoping to finish What Once Was Mine, A Twisted Tale by Liz Braswell. I've never actually
I need to read these books because
I
they're
read
all
I read this one last year.
I know
yeah.
you did. What Once Was Mine is the Rapunzel one, right? So that's the
Yeah.
one I have. I can see it. I
So the
have my eyes on
difference
it.
so basically they just I've read a couple of them. They just basically take like they're Disney books. Like they're
Yep.
promoted like they're under the Disney label. So they just take
Mhm.
each book. I mean, there's some like Liz Braswell, she writes more than one of them.
Yeah, she's got at
But
least a couple.
every book has a different author. So the difference between like what we think of Entangled and in What Once Was Mine is that instead of drinking the sundrop flower,
Yeah, it's the
she drinks
moon.
a tea from the moondrop flower. So her hair is silver instead of yellow instead of gold, and it hurts instead of helps.
Oh.
Yeah,
It's really good.
I find it real. It sounds really interesting. I remember when you were reading this.
Yeah, and there are
I
like Flynn Rider is still in it. I don't remember if they changed his name. I don't think so. But there is like some extra characters in the book that make the book a little bit more robust. I don't know. I thought it was a fun time. I gave it 4.5 stars, and I'm
Mhm.
in the process of getting the rest of them physically. I have that one physically, but I want the rest of them physically. I've also read the Mulan one,
Mhm.
which is like, what if Mulan died and went to the underworld?
Oh,
So
okay.
there's
Is that
that.
Reflection?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then
I
I've
have
read
that one. It came in a subscription box.
I've
And then I have Conceal, Don't Feel.
yeah, I haven't read that
Frozen
one.
one.
Yeah, but I've
Mhm.
read the Aladdin one as well. Which is basically like, what if Aladdin never like
Mhm.
he's just like a street rat the entire time, as opposed to like I think the tagline for that one is something like, what if Aladdin didn't keep the lamp or something, like he ends up giving it
Mhm.
to Jafar, and so it's that. I mean, they are darker than like the
Mhm.
Disney
To be
movie, I guess.
expected.
I mean, Aladdin,
Mhm.
like the original Aladdin was pretty dark.
Yeah, some
Right.
of these when you look back, you're like, "Ugh, what? Why wasn't I a
But
little bit scarred?" But
yeah, like
we move on.
they are dark enough that like I wouldn't read them to Ari.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah,
You know what I
and
mean?
you know what's interesting is I
But the
remember I
covers
think
are
I
so
saw
pretty.
it was BookTube with Amy, a different Amy who's Scottish. She had mentioned that
Yeah, I've
at
seen her.
least
She's
in
fabulous.
I love her. She's great. Yeah, and she also just had a child apparently. So like I don't know,
Really?
it's very exciting for her. Yeah, that's why she's kind of been a little bit like sporadic on BookTube. Apparently, I didn't even realize. And yeah, so I was like, oh, I haven't.
That's
Anyway,
so cool.
yeah, so we should all kind of give her some support when she kind of gets back into things after dealing with a newborn. But she was saying how she read one of the series, and in the UK and in Scotland, it's deemed a middle grade series.
It is.
But like I think it's at least at the library where I work, it's deemed YA, and
It's
I was like,
deemed
that's very
YA. Yeah, everywhere I've seen in America has been deemed YA. Like when you go, like at Barnes and Noble, like I actually want to go to Barnes and Noble with like a couple $100 and buy like the whole series because they have them in their YA section, and I like the covers. So even if I didn't love the book, like I would still display the covers because I think that they're really pretty. And they are shelved in the YA section. Now the UK, I will say, they're a little bit more progressive than other places. So I feel like they tend to rate things a little bit different. Like I feel like America.
Well, you know what? I read this middle grade translation actually on Amy Sprints the last time I was on, and it was called The Night Raven. It was a Nordic translation, so it was a set in Norway and Stockholm like earlier, and or not Norway but Sweden. It was a Swedish translation, and I was like, this is a dark mystery, arguably, if I'm imagining an American, middle grade student, but I was like, it makes sense that it's middle grade, in Sweden. I was like, this actually tracks. And it's in our middle grade section in the library where I work. But I was like, okay, like this is definitely an interesting perspective. Yeah.
So I have the Twisted Tales Anthology, which is a collection of short stories that go along to with the Twisted Tales.
Also, if you want to try the Twisted Tales, some of them, not all of them, because there are standalone books, so you don't have to read them in any order, but there are a handful of them that are available through Kindle Unlimited if you have that subscription. That's actually how I read Mulan. I don't know if Reflection is still part of that or not, but that's actually how I read Reflection. I read it for a readathon, and it was like a Disney themed readathon a couple years ago, and it was available on Kindle Unlimited. So I would check Kindle Unlimited or your library. I think most mainstream libraries have them. Because at
As
least
Old as Time is on Kindle Unlimited. A Whole New World is on Kindle Unlimited.
Yeah,
Straight on till morning.
I think A Whole New World I read on KU too. So if you want to just try them out, just taste test them.
Yeah,
I would do it through Kindle Unlimited.
And then Tanil, Purple Dragonfly, some perspectives on that too. So we'll get to the kind of interesting rating system and everything, different countries. My Libby also doesn't have Pippa Grant. If it is supposed to be pretty short, I think I found the audio of Thornhedge. So yes, Thornhedge is only about 4 hours, Jamie. So you found it. You found the right one for sure. And then Rachel said, I never know anyone's schedule. I just stumble in and vibe. Honestly, we love it, Rachel. Please continue to just vibe in and out. I love that so much. Especially you always kind of pop in.
Is that UWU thing? Is that a?
It's like the
is that a thing
like
that I should know?
Yeah, it's like it's like the I don't know. All I know is like it's like the ooh woo, and you're supposed to. I saw it on some. I don't know. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna embarrass myself. I don't know anything else, but I do know. So Rachel, if you want to inform us more, I just know that that's what it is, and it's like the ooh face. Anyway, yeah. It's supposed to be like its own kind of little like hee with like the big eyes. I'm always a fan of sprints on Saturday nights. We need a regularly scheduled Saturday night. I'm glad you asked that, Jamie, because I'm thinking about doing it. Like obviously there's going to be like months where I'm going to need a Saturday night off because Saturday night is a weekend night, but I think that might be my usual schedule because I usually have nights in on Saturdays and just kind of a chill night. So I've thought about doing this because I really like it. We've got a good crowd here, we're having a good time. Also, a lot of times guests are available periodically on Saturdays, and so then I wouldn't have to sprint alone too often. So I have thought about making it my night, my night among others, because there's a lot of people sprinting tonight too, to be honest. The spreadsheet has been a lifesaver. That's true. So honestly, like even if I'm not sprinting consistently, if I schedule it ahead at time, like Christina, Vanessa, and Katie are usually have been really good about like I think sharing mine. So that's true. They actually save a lot of us who don't schedule like consistently, have found such great channels and sprints through that. Yeah. And people who don't know what Brandy's talking about, Vanessa reads with Dr. B, who was here earlier tonight. You can go check it out on her channel. So yeah, like it's honestly such a lifesaver for sprinting.
Mm-hmm.
You're here.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you like sprinting, so you should check her out. Meanwhile, Shannon, continuing with the chaos of the end of these sprints, have the 3 panelists ever gone into a behind-the-scenes fight with another streamer? Do you hold a grudge? If you don't like a fellow streamer, do you try to sabotage them? Shannon, what are you talking about? Like, oh my gosh.
Obviously, Neva broke up with her best friends over a book. So
I mean, that
Actually,
was popcorn.
truly,
actually, that was more
truly.
Kelsey.
No, it was really more, well, Kelsey and Rainey, really. But
Yeah.
really, I was broken up with.
Yeah.
You know,
were
I
right.
can love my
didn't have a
friends.
choice.
I can love my friends through loving books that we love together or not. They really broke up
Yeah.
with me. They were like, okay, see you later. And I was like, all right, bye.
Yeah,
Nice
I
to
feel
know
like they
you.
were like, okay, it's fine with Neva, but then when Brittany joined your side, they're like,
sad
can't,
time.
we cannot hold with this. Meanwhile, I've never had anything exciting like that. So Shannon, I'm gonna have to just disappoint you tonight. But
To be
yeah.
honest, no. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I've had people that have like that I've maybe been on sprints with on like someone else's channel that maybe I don't like vibe with very well, but I don't really let it, no one on camera right now. Don't everybody get feisty in the comments.
Like awkward.
Like if I know that I don't vibe with somebody, that I just don't go out of my way to be on sprints with that person. So like I'm pretty good about like asking people like like who else is going to be on or whatever like that, just because that way if I'm like, okay, I don't really vibe with whoever, I can like decline. Like I can say like, no, thanks, maybe next time or whatever.
I'm really busy that night. Yeah. And it's usually if I
again, nobody on this channel or on streams. I don't want any weird messages talking about you really don't like Amy or something.
Neva was on Leandra's channel and basically said she hated Leandra and Amy. It's fine. That's exactly what came out of her mouth. And it's like, no. Yeah. And I think it's just personalities. Like, like sometimes I'll be like, oh my gosh, I love watching this person's sprints, and I don't really know them very well, and I wouldn't know how it would be if I were on this person's sprints. Like personalities are different, friends are different. I always have my friends on, I'll tell you that much. So if someone's on my channel, it's just because I'm like, ooh, like it's lovely to have people in the comments, but I'm just having an evening with friends, like I just get to look at my friends' faces and have a good time. So yeah, I've never
honestly only sprint with my friends. Like on my own channel, like I only sprint with my friends. So Amy and I haven't sprinted together in a while. Honestly, it makes me a little sad. We used to sprint together all the time.
Oh my gosh, gotta change it. And then meanwhile, Allie and Rachel were agreeing, like same, look through sprints and see what's going on, which we appreciate. Thanks for finding us. I do that a lot with sprints. I normally look to see if there is anyone doing sprints that night. And if not, I normally will host sprints. Yeah, that's a good point, Carissa. And honestly, what is nice is if you go into the little YouTube bar, it'll have like the little red notification. And I will say that's usually what I do. If I don't already know someone sprinting and I'm looking for sprints, I'll just see like, is anyone I'm subscribed to? Are they at the top with like the little red signal? And I'm like, okay. Yeah.
Who is live right now?
Yeah, exactly. Like who is live right now?
You can also just search too. You can like you can either go up to like on your subscription feed, you can hit live and then scroll through all the live feeds, or you can just type in like live reading sprints, and it will pull up. It will pull up like sprints that are scheduled for the future, but it will also pull up anybody that's sprinting, even if you're not subscribed to that person.
Good tip. I like that. Yeah,
which is a fun way to meet new people.
Exactly. That's the thing is I think I find comfort in like watching all the live sprints of like people I know, and it's like, you know what? We've met some really great people who've taken a chance on our sprints, who've commented. And so it's like, I could be that person. I could make friends and like actually, so I need to do that more. You all like, you should all inspire me. That's what I need to like take that and do it myself. So thank you all.
I do usually, if I don't know them as well, I usually am just lurking in the background.
Yeah, lurking, and I might say, "Hi, I'm reading this," and then I like will be like, "Oh my gosh, look what I just did! I just said what I was reading," and I get all nervous, and I'm like just waiting to be like, "What are they gonna say? What are they gonna say about the book?" And then I'm like, "Okay, it wasn't that big of a deal."
You're right.
Yeah, I get scared too.
Yeah.
So Carissa has kind of said what we all feel was basically being more productive during reading sprints. Like when especially like during the chatty bits, we're not as productive, of course, but as soon as we get into that like 60 minutes, I'm like, I'm gonna make it count. So
Yeah.
that's true.
Mhm.
And then at 37% in my audiobook, awesome, Jamie. Hello, Michael. Yes, you just joined during our end, but don't worry, Neva is sprinting after this, so we're all good to go. So you're working on From Below by Darcy Coates. Oh, the ocean is so scary. I can imagine. That's one that I'm really nervous to read because I like space. I do like space horror, like scary stuff up there. And people have said like, oh, space horror and like water, like ocean, like below the deep kind of horror is similar. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, space horror, I know I'm never
We
going
can
to
see
space,
how that's similar,
but
though.
100%, like feeling like you're just like, you're lost and like, you're not, I don't know. I totally get the comparison, but I'm like, I know I'm never going to be in space, to my understanding. I could, I don't know, be pushing a pool and suddenly I'm like, oh my gosh. So I don't know. Like I was, for some reason, like water horror, I'm like, that feels too close. Even though I'm nowhere near the ocean, I'm still afraid. So yeah, I'm happy for you, Michael, but I'd have to mentally prepare myself for that.
Yeah.
And then let's see here. What else? I'm like looking through the comments. Oh my gosh, Rachel's commenting about something like how orca are basically homicidal Oreos that can consciously decide whether or not to eat something or someone, or how Diablos Rojos hunt in packs of 100 plus
Oh
with zero
no.
qualms of drowning people.
No,
You've
thank
given
you.
me new knowledge, Rachel, that I didn't want to have. Also, you're continuing, and I'm nervous. Or box jellyfish.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I was like, I saw a second comment. We're going to have to address it. Or box jellyfish actively hunting humans and have functional eyes so they know where we are swimming around.
No, thank you. No, thank
Rachel,
you.
why do you
Okay,
have
and now I've been reminded why I never go in the fucking ocean. Now I go just deep enough that like my ankles are covered, and then I kind of just like let my feet sink into the sand, and then I walk away and I say, okay, that was good enough.
Yeah, Rachel has the audacity to tell us the scary stuff, and then it's just like, yeah, ooh, the ooh is just a happy, cute, smiley face, and it's like, Rachel, we see you. You're as cute as you are in the comments. You can also scare us. That is some power. There's a difference in ratings between Canada and the US too. Canada rates violence as a higher rating. Oh, age rating versus the US rates sexual content as a higher age rating. That actually, I can see that.
That checks.
Yeah,
That's
that makes
because
sense.
America is we're not really affected by violence at this point.
Yeah, and then we're like, ooh, people,
And then we're like, oh wow, that
scary.
spicy scene was really spicy. We're never like, wow, that violent scene, that was a time.
Yeah, like, oh, that's just a Sunday. For example, the same movie on TV at the same time in Canada will have the violence cut out, and in the US, the sex scenes will be cut out. Oh my gosh, that's actually yeah,
Wow.
that's interesting. Hello, Maggie. Yes, you joined us. Yay. I just got back from the building's annual fire alarm. I'm so done with homework at this point, so I think I'll finish How to Keep House While Drowning. Well, you joined us in an interesting conversation because we were just talking about like water horror, like ocean horror. So come on, the water's apparently infested. How to Keep House While Drowning. Wow. Is that like a nonfiction though? Is that like a self-help? I feel like Maggie, you might have let us know, but also I'm sorry that you're so done with homework, but also I'm glad that you're done with homework in the same way. And then Rachel says, I am a mere semi-feral trash goblin. That is the funniest self-description I've ever seen in my life. Christina's lurking. We love Christina lurking. She's provided us with the spreadsheet we were talking about. Oh my gosh, Christina, that must have been so fun where you're like, they're talking about us. And you're like, I can second post. Oh, that's so grateful. Yeah, thank you so much. That's awesome. Yeah, people are saying hello as they should.
So it says
hello,
it's
Steph.
a gentle approach to cleaning and organizing, nonfiction.
Ooh, how to
How to
keep
care-
house while drowning.
Oh,
Okay.
she just posted how to care for yourself when you have mental health difficulties or neurodivergence.
Oh my gosh, I might actually. I'm
Hopefully
gonna scroll
Oh,
back.
I'm gonna need to read that.
I know. I'm gonna scroll back up and start that comment for us because I need.
Because not only do I have mental health difficulties, but I also have neurodivergence, and sometimes the two together are just like, oh, you want to get up and clean? Sorry, you're gonna lay here and stare at a wall for 5 hours.
Honestly, yeah, like even because I had an audiobook, I feel like sometimes I like need to have an audiobook on while I'm doing tasks because if I don't, I won't do the tasks. Like even
Yeah.
organizing like a few of like my library books and like my clothes and things. I was just doing that in our first sprint and I was like, I should have done this so long earlier, but I needed just like something to like distract my mind so that I wasn't thinking that the task was more than it was. Okay, that's actually very helpful. Yeah, thanks, Maggie.
Also, I saw a reel the other day on Instagram
Mhm.
because I was just like scrolling through Instagram, and I follow a few like mental health like accounts,
Mhm.
and it was like what it feels like when you have ADHD. And she was like laying on her couch, like just scrolling. But this, like, the sound that she used was like just like all of this chatter about like, oh, I should really clean the kitchen. Oh, look at this mess on the floor. Oh, the kids' bedrooms need to be clean. Oh, the laundry needs to be done. And then but it looks like to the outside, like she's just laying on the couch,
Just
like
chilling.
Mhm.
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
that is exactly.
That makes
Yeah.
sense.
I can look at something and be like, wow, I really need to do this, 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 and this. I can write it down and then I can be like, cool. And then I'll be like, well, I'm just going to read. And then I'll grab my Kindle and I won't actually read anything because I'll just be laying there like staring at the page while my brain is
Thinking.
like, you should be doing
Telling
this,
you all the stuff you're
this,
supposed to be
this,
doing.
this.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. So yeah, thanks Maggie for just like happening to add that book because I think that's really helpful to a lot of us and probably people in the comments too. Hello, Steph. Just got home from the basketball game and we won. Yay! I hope that it was the night you needed and you just were able to kind of like relax and unwind and just have fun watching the game. That's awesome. Woohoo! And then let me see here. Rachel is just like making all these references like we can't make a change. Break away. Oh my gosh. Okay, anyway. Yes, jam session indeed. Oh my gosh, what a throwback. I'm glad I'm not the only one who does that, Leandra. Yeah, like honestly, it's just yeah, this girl won't be going in the ocean anytime. Yes.
Thank Jaws.
Yeah, exactly. Even Jaws, it's just like I recognize that depiction was like too much, but I'm like, also the ocean has other scary things. Like I don't need any of it in my life, to be honest. I can never trust anything that lives in the ocean. Yeah, I'm like, we aren't meant to be in the ocean. That's my viewpoint. You won't catch me on the beach anytime. I so love you, beautiful creators. I had to come to share some love with the like button and send virtual. Oh, thank you so much for the virtual hug. Again, Christina, you're just a superhero. Thank you so much for being here, like in your own way. That's not even the scary stuff I didn't want to try. Yes, please don't traumatize us. Thank you very much, Rachel. See that for another time, maybe during the day when I don't have to go to sleep.
Yeah, that's a daytime sprints conversation.
Yeah. Like I'm okay. Scare the daylights out of me during the day, but as soon as it gets to nighttime, I'm like, my mind doesn't need that. Yeah, if I can't see it, I don't trust it, Carissa. Yeah, no truer words have been spoken. It is our Puritan background, Neva. Christina is saying that. Oh yeah, for the ratings, why we in the U.S. are like sexual content.
Yeah.
Okay, but Puritans also weren't so much with the violence either. So
Yeah, but I think that the sex part of the Puritans stuck with us because we become unfortunately, like in America, right, sex and like nakedness and stuff like that are still seen as being like dirty.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's still seen as like, oh, you need to cover yourself up. And like in Europe, like I was raised very European when it comes to bodies. Bodies are bodies are bodies. Everybody has a body. Everybody has hair on their body. Everybody has parts, like it is what it is. So like me growing up, like it, even like to this day, I'm 32. My brother is almost 23 or just turned 23. He will still walk in on me if I'm in the bathroom. Like I don't say anything. It doesn't bother me. But like to an outside perspective, because like my best friend saw that one time and was like, "What the fuck?" Right? Because like I'm in the bathroom, like in the shower, and he came in and was like, "Sorry, I just need to brush my teeth." Like that's just how that we were raised.
Okay,
But, like,
when you said in the shower, then I was like, okay, I can handle that. Like if I was on the toilet and my sister, who's only like walked in on me, I'd be like, get
I'd be like, I am so vulnerable right now. Get out.
yeah,
there's a curtain. Who cares?
I mean, well, that's definitely also
Yeah.
happened before too, where like he'll walk, like he's walked in and been like, "Sorry, I just need to grab my hairbrush," and he'll like walk in, grab his hairbrush, and then walk out. Like we don't like stand there and like have a conversation while I'm like trying to go to the bathroom, but like it's not like a thing where we're like, "Oh my god, get out!" Like you know what I mean? But in America, like bodies and like having sex are seen as like things that you're not supposed to do unless you're like married, unless you're a man, and then you know you get bonus points for how many girls you sleep with. But if you're a girl, then you're a hoe. If you sleep with a bunch of dudes, it's very you know backwards and weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I feel like we've been desensitized to violence because you turn the news on and there it is.
Right.
Truly. And that is part of the kind of media sensationalism of being like, oh, like I remember there was what was it? And this isn't to discredit the fact that there is a lot of violence in the world and in the US. But there's the mad world syndrome where there is the discussion of like you see all this violence in like, you know, movies and in videos and, you know, or video games, I mean, and on the internet and everything like that. And so they say that, you know, people assume that means like everyone in the world or like you think the person who watches that is more likely to go outside and like mug someone because they're like, oh, I've watched all this violence, so I'm going to be violent when I go out. But in reality, what happens, apparently we go out and think someone's going to mug us. And it's like, to an extent, we do have a violence problem in various areas in the US and kind of depending on the type of violence we're talking about. But there is this kind of suggestion that it's also because 99% of the time when we're watching the news, it is this kind of suggestion that it's everywhere and it's all these things and like just pinning us against each other. And it's so frustrating. And that is probably why we're like, oh, like we need to up the violence in our movies to actually sensationalize and freak people out and get a shock value because we're so desensitized by it that they need to keep upping the ante. And that's why I'm like, I can't watch certain like horror or action, like thriller kind of movies because I'm like, no. Also, graphics are getting better and better with every year, and I'm like, I don't need to see that. I really don't.
Yeah.
Like, I'll read it and I can imagine what I want, but to see it, I'm like, we're getting too good at it, in my opinion.
Yeah, so
I also
watch
these, so
I watch a lot of like nonfiction stuff. Like I prefer to watch like documentaries and stuff like that, right? So I watch like a lot of like true crime, and like it's a running joke with people. Like if they're my friends or like my family that like they know that I watch a lot of true crime, right? So like in true crime shows, right? They always like the victim. They always are like, oh, her smile lit up a room, right? So I'll be like, if any of you ever says that my smile lit up a room, this happens to me, I'm coming back to haunt you all.
Yeah,
You put that upon me. Absolutely not. I'll be like, can you just tell the truth? Like, just say that I have a very bratty personality. I'm a little bit abrasive. You know what I mean?
a little bit abrasive, a little
I
bit
had
of
a bit of an attitude. Like, you know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Don't be out here talking about she lit up a room. No, I did not.
Yeah. Or there was who was it? Michelle Wolf, who's a comedian, has that joke where she was like, oh, they always say he was such a nice guy. And then you find out he's like keeping women in his basement. And she's like, of course he was happy. Of course he was nice. He was doing what he loved. We need to check their basements. Anytime you ask a guy or ask someone, how's it going? They're like, every day gets better than the last. Check his basement. And I think that's hilarious. Like that's so funny. Which is of course we're talking about serious things, but also like, you know, comedy in the darkness and all that. Maggie says, honestly, you can't shame yourself into functioning is a life-changing quote in my opinion. And it really is. I can't agree more. And it's really important none of us hear it either. Like so many of us think that that's what we need to do. Meanwhile, Rach is like, don't get me started on kangaroos. So as we're having this really poignant moment, it's like also kangaroos are terrifying. I love it. We're balancing really well here. It was a great time. I also just ate McDonald's for the first time in years, but I'm ready to unwind now. Perfect stuff. Lovely. That sounds great. Now I gotta tag some y'all when I next go off into the wild ocean or wherever and pet things I probably shouldn't be petting. Rachel, you're gonna give me a heart attack. Harnessing discount Disney, Princess Powers. I had to have a talk with my sister's cat on how it's okay to let me poop alone. That's me time. Just a girl in a porcelain throne. Yes.
That's the other kind of Disney princess.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, wait, but also, all 4 of my cats like to come visit me in the bathroom. Rude. They're just like, oh, perfect. We have her in one.
Ari, that's the time that Ari decides that we need to have a family meeting. She's like, where are you going? I'm like, oh, I have to go pee. Okay. And she'll be doing something completely different. She'll be like coloring or something, and all of a sudden she just comes in, she's talking about, Mom? I'm like, oh, I'm at family meeting time. What can I do for you?
Yeah, like, all right. Like, okay. Like, here we are. Let's have a heart to heart. I don't mind the beach. I love it even. You would never see me swimming in the ocean, that's for sure. Yeah, like I'm actually cool with hanging on the beach, but as soon as I really get on the ocean, I'm already go into the ocean. I already don't even have the terminology. Like I'm acting like we're gonna walk on water here. Yeah, I'm not an ocean person.
I mean, I lived in Florida about 10 minutes from the beach for 8 years, and like the amount of times I went to the beach were a lot. I mean, I couldn't tell you how many times. The amount of times I went in the ocean was like 5.
Yeah, I did. You know what? I actually, one of my friends got married this past fall, which was very exciting for her. And she had like a bachelorette party, and it was like it was in New Jersey, like on the shore, on that kind of shore area. And that was quite fun. And we did go in the ocean, but I was like, it has been so long since I'd been in the ocean. I think since I was a child, like on one family trip. And I remember I was like, the salt is like hurting so much, and I was like trying not to get in my eyes, and I was like, this is a sign. I was like, the ocean is trying to warn me. I was like, you're not meant to be here. And I'm also like afraid of like riptide. I was just like, I was all in my head. I was like, I can't. I had a good time for my friends, but I was like, we are defying what we're meant to be. Like this is I was like, we're really
meant to be
gambling. Yeah, exactly. I was like, this is clearly none of us are meant to be here.
Like if one of us dies, we are ruining this party.
I know. I was like, we're gonna ruin her wedding and all these things. And it's like, oh gosh, like now what are we doing? We're like causing this traumatic event. But anywho, Ro watched Korasami Ship Moments. Ooh, a couple in Korra, the Avatar sequel. I love these ladies. Ooh, very fun. Cool. That's why I can't watch the Saw movies. Too much the gore. I can't watch that kind of horror. I just can't. Lodging
unless it's on TV because somebody turns it on and then they leave, and then it's on TV and I can't take my eyes off the stupids.
Yeah, suddenly you're like, I'm here, I'm locked in, I'm gonna be watching some scary stuff. That's true. Yeah. So everyone be thoughtful when you're leaving things on the television. How about that? That's a lesson. Yeah. Violence was there back.
Everybody left. Everybody. I'm like,
they could have at least been like, here's the remote, Amy, if you want to change the channel, go ahead.
They really could have. It wouldn't have been difficult, but they
like
didn't.
I at least do that. Like if I turn something on, then I'm like, oh, actually, I don't want to watch this. I'll be like, well, I'm gonna go in this room, but if you want to watch something else, you can change it. So like at least I get it off.
Certain they hid the remote. In my mind, in my memories, they hid the remote. They hid the remote, and I was sitting there and going, guys.
Like, hello, is anyone hearing me? And they're like, nope, don't listen, don't respond. But it was acceptable, like wives or property. It was the Quakers, friends, were the nonviolent peoples. And if we think of like Salem witch trials, that wasn't a great time in history. Quakers, lovely oatmeal. I agree. Yep. Yep, I agree so much. Leandra, the Jersey Shore. I know, right? What was the, you know what? I never watched the Jersey Shore, but I know some of the terms. Was it suns out, guns out? Does that sound normal in my voice? Probably not.
Also GTL, Gym Tan Laundry.
Gym Tan Laundry. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, I've literally never seen that show.
DTF. which is down to
That's what that came from?
That came from Jersey
Yes.
Shore.
yeah.
Oh.
Because the
my
guys would like Polly would be like, "I'm anybody DTF."
So what culture? American culture.
I
am
watched
hearing.
that entire show. I can't believe it.
So funny.
I remember when what was her name? Dina, when she left and we got JWoww instead, I think.
What a
Because like
name.
JWoww wasn't always part of it. Like the original cast, or maybe yeah, because like the original cast was like Dina and
Mm-hmm.
like the situation, Polly, um, Vinny, which Vinny was on freaking Dancing with the Stars a couple seasons ago. That was a wow. I was like, wow. And then we had like Ronnie and Sam.
Oh
Yes.
my god.
Ron, stop. And like okay, Sammy and Ron were the worst couple. But for some
I
reason,
don't know any of this lore. What is
Angela,
this?
here we go. Angela left and Dina came in. So Angela was part of the original little group. So it was like JWoww, Snooki, Angela, Mike the Situation, Polly, Vinny, and then Sammy and Ron. And Sammy and Ron were the worst couple ever.
Mm-hmm.
But all of us that were like in middle school and high school, we were like, yes, couples goals. Absolutely not. He was abusive to her. She was abusive to him. They were like screaming at each other, putting their hands on each other. Like, and Sammy's tagline, like, you know how they have like the intro thing, right? And they're like, and they'll like say like a little snippet or whatever. It'll be like a soundbite. Sammy's soundbite was, "I'm the nicest bitch you'll ever meet." What does that mean?
I have to say, this is how I'm feeling at this moment, Rachel. I'm like,
Yeah.
Neva's not speaking English anymore. We've unlocked an area of Neva's brain that I didn't know was there. And
Listen.
I thoroughly enjoyed the lore, but I'm like, I don't know what's going on.
Just know
It
that
just
not
makes me
only
think of all of the like science shows where somebody's been
Yeah.
like Bones, I think, did it. And I think Big Bang Theory did it too. They were like, I just watched this documentary about the show, about a place called the Jersey Shore.
yeah,
Yeah, and they're like, it was
here's the
very
thing.
fascinating, an anthropological experiment. And yes,
Yeah.
you're right. I think it was on I definitely saw that on
I
Bones.
feel like it was on
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Okay, not only am I
because
your
there was an
resident
episode that took place
Kingster,
on the Jersey Shore. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no,
here's the
I
thing.
agree.
Not only am I your resident Kingster, I'm also your resident reality TV show person. I watch the reality TV show. You don't have to.
This is
Yeah,
true.
we
I
appreciate
like
it.
watching the reality TV commentary on YouTube. Like,
Me too. I thoroughly
like,
enjoy
I
it.
don't really need to watch the show. I just want to watch the commentary.
If you want,
Yeah.
if
It
you,
is a good Bones episode.
I do that on my Whippin' chat sometimes, where I'll be like, yeah, this week I watched 90 Day Fiance. This is what happened. You're welcome.
Yeah, and yeah, we appreciate it. All right, everyone. We've reached the end of the comments, and we really appreciate everyone who's been able to like hang out with us for so long. If you need more, well, don't wait. In just actually, because we've just kept talking and having a good time, in just 15 minutes, we will be on Neva's sprints. I'll probably pop in because I'll be awake, saying hello in the comments, and then let the shenanigans continue. But yeah, thanks everyone for being here. Make sure that you aren't only subscribed to me, but make sure you're subscribed to Amy's Bookish Life, to Reading Neva, and Rainy Blue Reads, because those are all the people you've seen here tonight. And also some of the friends you might have made in the comments tonight. Make sure you're subscribed to them too, so you can keep hanging out with each other. Yeah, thank you so much, guys. We will be seeing you. Ah! Oh my gosh! Yes, we did it! We did it, everybody! Woohoo! This is amazing!
Take a picture, screenshot for when it goes away.
It's okay. You know what? We were here for that moment. And you know what? That should hopefully make people want to just subscribe a little bit more. Make sure we're comfortably above 800. So don't stop there. Yes, indeed. This is so exciting. Oh, right when we were ending. Oh my gosh. This has made my night. Oh, that's so great. Okay. Well, now that we're on cloud 9, we'll continue the party over at Neva's. But yeah, thanks everybody. That was great. I think that's it. Is there anything coming up? I know Amy, you had a video today. Neva, you
I
also
did.
just had a new video. So like, go check out their channels, watch those newest videos, and then yeah, because you'll be subscribed,
I
obviously.
should this week have a my book of the month unboxing and books and treasures unboxing, and I was a little bit of a surprise this month. I was not expecting. Thank you so much. But that should be coming at some point this week.
Okay, cool. Love it. We love an unboxing. That'll be great. Okay, cool. So yeah, everyone, make sure that if you aren't subscribed, subscribe, and then you can continue to support these lovely people because they decided to hang out with me for, you know, if not 6 hours, almost that, because Neva joined quite early too. So yeah, you guys have been with me on the internet for quite some time, and that takes a lot.
Pretty
So
darn
thank you guys.
close.
Yeah. So thanks, friends. Okay, so we're gonna end it here. Bye, everybody.
Bye.